The Out There channel, Robert and Paul.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo. Okay, I'll just post up the side comments. A lazy Sunday. And we're going to catch up with some updates on ufology, UFOs, videos, and Skinwalker. And let's see, we've got a whole bunch of people joining us as usual, but I'll just carry on as per normal. A lot of people watch it offline, which doesn't help me, of course. We need to get more interaction, and it'd be good to see someone even after the show do a thanks. So now you got a button for thanks. You can do that anytime after the live stream's ended, and help keep the channel running, because it's running vapor at the moment. What's it? So yeah, been trying to get information, but it's very hard to get. People just don't cooperate for obvious reasons. If a New Zealand Kiwi that only does stuff online, no boots on the ground, can solve something, and the PhDs make a right mockery of it, and don't understand ufology. You just can't dive into this field and expect to know it, the ins and outs. It takes years of doing it daily, and that's why these TV shows fail, because they haven't got the right people on it. Maybe they want it to be just the same as ufology wants it to be, fantasy world where everything is a UFO and can't be debunked. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Or I should say, fortunately, that we can get rid of the junk. Pin message. So, no one joining us still? Hey, it is, should be pretty good. Should be probably around about lunchtime UK. Must be getting into the afternoon in USA, so there should be people around Saturday their time, because we're in the future. So that's the side chat done. Is anybody out there? You can see you've got a few tabs to go over. The subs are sort of stored on us as well. Not sure if we've met a saturation point of those couple of thousand real ufologists that agree and they go away and don't join in. We need people that's serious in this field. We need more scientists. But we need scientists that need to be trained to be ufologists, not just be entertainers. This kind of makes a joke off the field. Now, I did try to reach out to Brandon Fugel and ask him what the date of that portal sighting is. Which me just bring up that. Unfortunately, he hasn't replied since the last stream. I carried on looking at it and stumbled across some information. You know how we sort of collect information of bits and pieces, and eventually we do the connections. So, yeah, this one here, early in the morning. So, a lot of sightings that happen early in the morning are generally bright objects because there's a lot of satellites in space and the sun's on the opposite side as it starts to rise, and it lights up the stuff in near horizon level. So, as I said, could that be a satellite doing booster correction? So I did a bit more research into this. And found some interesting stuff after the show. Now, the first one, where I ran it through filters and it had that nice curve, didn't suggest it was like a bright light reflecting off a iridium satellite, but more a LED balloon. Now, let's not insult the guys that were there with all their big telescopes saying they've never seen it before. Let's assume that they knew that was in lower altitude and not a star way above, out in orbit, a star or a satellite. So, I've never seen them look at star software, tracking software on the show, but it doesn't mean they haven't got it. But this guy woke up early in the morning, and in the studio he was viewing the cameras, but didn't say he was reviewing the tracking software to eliminate it. So it had me thinking that maybe it was a satellite and he hadn't checked the tracking software. Of course, they got their own sort of ABS system there, I think. They're not using alternatives when they should be using them for backup or double checking. Because not all flight radar data is the same between organisations. Some have more small planes on it, some have more military planes on it. So we run this through filters and we thought, oh yes, I've got a triangle shape happening here. But if you think about it, a satellite with big solar panels on it, and it's rotating, or rotated, so that's a panel there and a panel there, and we're looking at like a side view. And that would explain why the fumes, if it's trying to correct its orbit, is more side view instead of coming straight at us to lift it up. So it's pushing it into a new alignment. So yeah, so I carried on thinking along that line. And I found a few interesting things. So I've got a few tabs here to go over. Now, I was doing a search on iridium satellites, because normally they're the brightest one you see early in the morning. And of course, also the other light was just after nightfall, which is also, again, just as the sun's gone down. It's more likely to see satellites, so this is why they need to use plane tracking as well as space tracking software. But here I got here iridium. Yeah, what year was that? I got a year number. It would be handy if we had a year number when it was published. Right, 2007, so it's fairly old. I'm surprised we didn't get it in the searches before. Iridium receives additional spectrum from FCC. And what's that mean? Spectrum in radio signals, right? So it talks about an additional 3.1 megahertz. And if you keep reading, exclusive use of big LEO MSS spectrum of 1.6 gigahertz or 1600 megahertz. And remember on the screen there, it's exactly in the range that they're getting on that spectrum analyzer of radio signals over the ranch. And I thought, hang on, he was getting that signal as this thing was happening. And also the other one that passed over earlier in the night. So I thought, that's very interesting. So could it be iridium satellite? And that's passing a signal over the ranch. So what did the iridium satellites do is, they do the communications, aren't they? So let's find out what they do. So yeah, there's some key information about iridium satellites. We should have looked it up earlier, because they're the most common bright objects that most people see and mistake as UFOs. So iridium match 1.6 gigahertz. Exactly we see on the show. So whenever they get that signal, they should be looking at the star and satellite tracking software to see if there's a iridium satellite passing overhead. So I may be wrong, but it sort of fits, doesn't it? And then I looked at do they have thrusters? And sure enough they do. Iridium thrusters provide additional control for the iridium satellites. So you can see here they got a control cable. I don't know if it's fiber optic or not. Little thrusters where they have inputs for oxygen and hydrogen gases, I guess. So I thought, okay, fair enough. So they do have thrusters. So I need to find out if they have orbit control. If I got thrusters then. Iridium thrusters. So I was hoping to look up on the star map and see if there was a satellite passing overhead. You see. Are we live? Says we are. I just wonder why it's so quiet. So something happened in the USA I don't know about. Probably. Maybe got nuked. maybe we don't need to worry about Skinwalker Ranch or UFOs ever again. And I thought, let's just see if we can see some pictures of them. And they got various models. And sure enough, there's one here. This is the oldest model. It's got a lot of stuff in the middle here. And it's actually got 3 mirrors on it, which could create a triangle shape, as I was talking about. See that one there? It's got a bit in the middle, the 2 big panels. They could easily create that triangle shape that was appearing in the thrust. Well, you can see it's got a lot of stuff there. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 satellite dishes, is it? Lots of gold foil and heat and stuff. And I think we can see some thrusters down here. Thrusters there. And looks like they've only got a few of them. Thrusters in each of the corners there. And then they've got this newer model. It's a bit hard to see where the thrusters would be. And that would be a newer one there, wouldn't it? And sure enough, it's got... try and get it in the frame. It's got that big flashy bit in the middle too. So, pointing downwards, it's got the dishes. But it's also going to have thrusters. Where would they be though? Probably down near the dishes, one of them. Probably some at the top there. Spin it. And here's another one. It's not the best of pictures, is it? I would have to look at the blueprints. So we need to do some searches on this. Iridium satellites, orbit correction. Lifespan. Must have a certain lifespan. They come down, do they? Eventually they got to run out of rocket fuel. And they're not using like a gyro system to gain electricity from things that some of the satellites now use. But they might have a combination of rocket thrusters when they need it. Iridium satellites. Mission shows approximately 10 minutes. Constellation consists of active satellites in orbit. Flares, reflection lasts about 5 to 20 seconds. And that's when the sun hits them. How long do they last for? 5 to 15 years, I suppose. Yeah, I guess they keep on improving on that, wouldn't they? Hey, Jasper. How's it going? Glad you could join the stream a wee bit late. I sort of covered some of the key stuff on what I found. You might have to scroll it back. Then sort of catch up. But yeah, turns out the iridium satellites use the exact range we're seeing on Skinwalker Ranch. And they do have thrusters to correct the orbits, what we're looking at now. So we're seeing how long they last up in space, which is a minimum of 5 years, up to 15. How reliable is the network? Iridium network is the largest commercial satellite network in the world and only network that offers true global communications. You remember how they talked about 1.6 gigahertz is used in communication. 100% of the planet. Coverage map spans Earth's polar regions and every inch of the land, sea or sky between. Can satellites orbit forever? There's no way a satellite could stay in orbit indefinitely. And that might have changed since 2014, because now they've got solar panels, but we know there's a lifetime of electronics breaking down, right? Generally it could be from 5 years to 20 years, and that's sort of the lifespan of the satellite too. And you're gonna have to build redundants, and you're gonna have to have backup circuitries that you can switch to, and relays. It'd have to be cleverly designed so you can keep it up there longer running, because we know electronics and capacitors always dry out. So yeah, it's a limitation of our technology, really. Technically they could stay up there by using the gyro engines and the solar panels to charge the batteries to spin it enough to keep it always in orbit. Went wrong. Try to find something about the audio orbit corrections. How long does a geostation stay in orbit? Geostation orbit can be achieved only at altitudes very close to 35,000 kilometers. Really? And directly above the equator. There you go. This equates to an orbital speed of 3.7 kilometers per second, or 101.9 miles per second, and an orbital period of 1400 minutes. So it's not going to be over the crater there at Skinwalker Ranch, is it? So they're going to have to do corrections in orbit. And that would be same for GPS satellites, of course. That's another thing I haven't looked at, but there hasn't been any indication of more than one bright light in the sky. If there was multiple bright lights in the sky, we could say a Starlink creating the transmission, beaming down internet signal. Built to last 5 years. Man, that's not very good though, is it? 5 years. Last 10 years are up to since the 70s. They need to improve on that. There's lots of Starlinks in the sky now, isn't there? And it's not even complete. Iridium finished the Orbiting Legacy constellation early next year, so that must be the early variant of the satellites. "30 defunct satellites." Well, they could just crash them over Skinwalker Ranch, so it'll keep the show going for a few more years. Iridium next satellite missions. GPS revisited. See, there you go, the two ones that using those signals. Communication satellite, which I guess means TV, telephone, and internet over it, right? And they got 66 satellites. Over 6 orbits. Yeah, so I didn't actually find what I was looking for. Satellite orbit engines. Orbit burn. What do you call it? Is it burn? Okay, so maybe it's still some of the old satellites I got up. Yeah. So you're the only one interested in my show, Jasper. It's pretty sad. On a Saturday. Well, we got no life. Maybe that's it. But it's nice sunny Sunday here, so it's nice and relaxing. It's a good time to do a show for me. Okay, so what have we got here? Probably lots of reading. Yeah, looks like my nose is blocking up. Even though I put spray in, it still wants to block up. Orbit. So 26,000 kilometers per hour. So that's going to pass overhead pretty fast, isn't it? And when they do the experiments, it's normally just after nightfall when you're going to see these damn things suddenly appear because the sun's lighting them up. But like I said, I expected the team of experts who are saying, "Oh, I don't know what that is," not see it as a satellite, because I said at first, "Is that a satellite?" You know, because it's slowly moving, gradually fading away, and then disappears because the sun angle's wrong. But then again, it didn't seem to flare, or maybe it's just their video. It seemed to be too smooth around and round shaped to be the sun reflecting off these big solar panels. It should be a bit more stretched and deformed, if you know what I mean. But there's a possibility I'm wrong. I still think someone's pranking the ranch though, with these balloons. So, orbital design. You got up to see Nürburgring 20H night stint. Never heard of it. Is that some sort of pyro flare skydiver thing, is it? For 24H, what does that mean? 24 hour? Alright, so what's it say here? Satellites orbit to pole with orbital period roughly. So this is a particular older brand. First generation. Second generation. And SpaceX to launch all the Iridium next satellites. So they must be the most current ones. Okay, so what have we got over here? Does that look like a Iridium satellite flare, right? Does that look like a orbiter rocket firing? So that's what I expected. The first one was nice and round. Iridium flare would have been stretched because of the solar panels, right? The square, the big long things. But that doesn't look like a normal cone shape explosion, right? Let's have a look at that one. Why is it empty? That's all there, isn't it? Alright, they got it really small. See, it kind of looked like what they were seeing after the rocket fired a lot of the explosion gases away. Then it actually dimmed and shined like that, didn't it? So I think the early morning one was definitely a iridium satellite. And is that a geostationary one, or is it moving? I know, you can see it moving and blinking. But does it look like it's round? I suppose it sort of looks a bit round there, but you need to really zoom in on it. So maybe both of those things are iridium satellites in. This is where examples come in really handy. So there it comes. Slowly coming in. And blinks out again. But I had to see, we want it zoomed in, guys, to see the shape of it as it's coming in. Let's see if I can play it again. How big can I zoom in? That's about it. Here it comes. Down the side, is it? Or is that another satellite? I didn't see it. Did I miss it? Let's see. Because it's way over that side on the right where I can't get really good zoom. It's really annoying. That's got to be it. Okay, let's zoom in. Yeah, it's not less than as bright as the Skinwalker Ranch did on the very first UFO. I've got a thing that's something different, but lead balloon fits, of course. So yeah, I didn't find anything about orbits and correction. We know they've got rocket engines. Maybe you have to put quotes around. Alright, does that formula, what do you call it, 1? Green bell. Yeah, that's until that motor racing stuff. No one else is. Orbit correction, it talks about here. First generation satellites, housekeeping, telemetry, perform an on-orbit correction of each source. So 3 for small orbit maneuvers. So it'd be good to see one of those firing and compare it to what they saw in the sky. Orbit correction. Have we got a video? On orbit status. Starlink satellites in orbit. Nothing. That's all we got. It's a shame. I thought someone may have filmed it and knew exactly because they're using the software, and we could do it side by side then. But I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track here. For the second one anyway, for the portal. And the first one I'm not 100% sure it's a satellite. Okay. Yearly risk of collision. So we use the satellites even to talk to planes. Well, so it's from the ground to the satellites. And it bounces off the other satellites, and it's a wee bit like Starlink, isn't it? Oh, there we go. Upper stage, what's that? Russian. So we're running over a spy satellite, just firing its engine to fly off out of the range of the Skinwalker Ranch again, early in the morning. But yeah, I think it's just something simpler explanation. So yeah, we're not finding any useful images whatsoever, unfortunately. Need orbit correction. How long? I'd like to know how long they burn for, because in that video it's like 2 seconds. And I think that's all you would need for a small satellite. But that might be where I'm sort of limited now. Apart from looking on star maps. Someone might be able to, maybe we'll find out more information as we go on. But yeah, as we found out, they use the exact same range here of 1.6 gigahertz, and I'm pretty sure that was something like they were getting on the screen, wasn't it? It sort of matches perfectly. And of course, if it's I wonder if there's a ground station near Skinwalker Ranch where it transmits up to that satellite at that time as it's passing overhead. How do we find that information out? So that would really nail it, wouldn't it? Let's see. Base stations for iridium. Sort of ground stations. I'm not sure what keywords we're going to use. Map. Or could it be just any antenna on the ground? When they know they're coming over, they can transmit to it. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Coverage map. Ground control. Here we go. Oh, God. Well, there's a lot of satellites up there. And they got a fairly big, broad coverage. But is that the satellites or is that the base stations? Looks like satellites, doesn't it? So I'm a little bit confused. Because America's over here. And Australia's over here. And all this is in between. So what's going on? Do we have to scroll it? Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. Does it? We went there. Why is it repeating? I'm a bit confused. Looks like it's got the map repeating, so is that a map underneath? Can we see what's underneath? It's got to be... What a confusing map. How to confuse us. Okay. See what else is down here. Hey, look, this one's actually got a triangle shape. And I bet there's some free thrusters on the end of that. And maybe I was analysing it and I said it looked like it was three dark circles. That's probably the engines that I was seeing through the haze. I bet you it was a iridium satellite. Wonder if we'll find out in the show, whether they'll actually do some research. They've got plenty of time now. They got some clues from me. And they need to improve if they haven't got any satellite software. You know how I do my New Zealand Skywatch? I have this sky map for the satellites as well as the planes. And the camera views. And that's what they need to set up. And I haven't seen that on their thing. They've got this big spectrum and analyzer. But I don't think it even measures X-rays, right? I was saying that before. It looked like it could go up to the 300 gigahertz range. Looking at the size of the spectrum, so I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it close up. Yeah, so what's underneath that mess? I don't know. What's that there? Station? U. Alright, so that's based on New Zealand. So maybe that's not really useful then. We want it based in America. Coverage map. Live. That's basically what we're looking at before. Showing where all the nodes and ground station are. That's what we want. There we go. Come on, come on. Is there one over Utah? Yeah, well, look how blocky that map is. It looks like it's drawn by school kids. Doesn't it? Crap. what's all that saying? This is a problem with doing live research. Full text available. So they're looking at the Arctic there. Existing infrastructures. Norway. Experience changes. We're station keeping. It has been proven by using a small satellite swarms end-to-end time. I think we need to learn more about satellites. So the position system's high accuracy enables various future shipping. So obviously shipping use it. Aircraft. Iron sphere. This is helping us out. Any didn't really help us. Damn it. That's what we wanted to know. Okay, we've got Fairbanks, Alaska. So we've got none. Oh, we've got Arizona. Tampa and Arizona. Arizona's close to Utah, isn't it? Iridium. I suppose I'm going to have to do some more research offline. Stations near Utah. Utah. Okay, we got Canada. Global data collection. What's this saying? Very high altitude, greater than 70%. Okay, they're talking about K-band now. On that one. That bright light in Utah sky. Meet the iridium flare. 2016. There you go. And it's one of the oldest satellites with the 3 solar panels which make a triangle pattern. And they got the 1.6 gigahertz in 2007, and these have been launched in 2000 since 2010, is it? To 2016. And northeast, Salt Lake City. Monday night was not an invasion fleet from Alpha Centauri. How about Skinwalker Ranch? There's no doubt this was particularly bright. Iridium flare, brilliant. About 10 times brighter than Venus. There you go. Another flare was expected Tuesday night. So we need to have a look at some software to see how often the iridium satellites pass overhead, don't we? We're getting closer to solving some of this stuff, I reckon. Satellite phones, satellite internet, yeah, talked about that. Utah, American Satellite serves our customers. Utah from Phoenix, Arizona, iridium 9565 satellite phone. Beam. So, maybe if they had one of these phones, it would also confirm whether it was right overhead, wouldn't it? Maybe it has like some data on the phone that tells it when it's how far away it is. Bluetooth. Alright. So we need to say iridium satellites. We'll move on to the next topic in a minute. This is the end of this one. Satellites map for Utah. Okay, let's have a look. Shit. Canada. I was hoping it's going to bring up something straight away. Got static maps. I suppose it's going to go live over us again. Here we go. Yeah, not sure where it is there. Doesn't look like New Zealand. It could be. Brazil. Steakhouse. Don't remember any steakhouse over this way. Sites. Choose cookies. That's no bits, is it? Bill's Kitchen and Bar. Sounds like California. Where's that? USA, Virginia. Okay, so we got longitude, latitude. Great. Control C map. It won't work because I use the control key for my zoom. Dear. Whereabouts is it? So like labels. That's really confusing. Okay. Tracker hemp. That's probably what we need to look at. Offline. I suppose I might have to use Into the Sky, because that one always was the easiest, right? Yeah, let's close that down. Okay, where can I find it in my list of things here? Night sky. Into the sky, here we go, but it's going to suck the CPU. So first of all, you need to set your location. You can see it's putting it over New Zealand at the moment, but we could just scroll it real time, I guess. Let's have a look. So, how do we know what's iridiums here, though? Okay, there's a GPS. So Utah would be around about there, wouldn't it? Look at all this coming there that way. All these are passing over all that airspace. It doesn't tell us whether it's iridium or not. But they're meant to be the brightest ones that you can see with your eye. So, certainly a lot of traffic that goes over Utah then. But there, if we get the date and time on the show, you found a video. And the easiest way is to post it onto there, because you're a moderator, or Discord, of course. If you're not a moderator, because you're allowed to post links, you see, Jasper. But does the video help us solve the Skinwalker Ranch stuff? You're saying comparing it to other satellite systems, and we're sort of looking at iridium, and you can see there's definitely a lot of traffic there. GPS. So you can see it's slowing the computer down. And I guess there's a little map which is kind of stupid. So, where do we set up the place location that we want to be? It's here somewhere. On the right side normally. Just post it in the side chat. It should go, as long as it's not too long. Where's the location setting here? Maybe it's further down. Nova. Starlink. Okay, we haven't even got iridium on there. Communications, so you guys, quite a few of them. Okay, there we go. Now we got them on the map. Let's have a look. Oh, there we go. Iridium 17. Iridium 51. So yeah, there's none that bright at Utah at the moment, right? So that would explain why they don't see it very often. It must pass over at certain times. Look, here's 27 coming up, so it's going to eventually go that way. So yeah, we need to turn off those other satellites, make it less cluttered. So this is one of the better apps, of course, for this. So we don't want space station, although it's a possibility. Hubble, iridium. What else we got ticked? GPS. It's possible. It sends a 1.6 gigahertz. Although when I read some of the specs, it was 1.2 to 1.5 gigahertz. Well, the iridium ones seem to match up a bit better to what they had on their charts. They use L-band, but they don't use 1.6 gigahertz exactly like iridium do. So that should be all the iridium ones now. Aha, there we go. So it color codes it to how visible they are at the moment. And you can see there's none over Utah at the moment. So we want the paths they're moving in. How do we add the path sine wave on so we can see where it's going to pass? Was it twice a day that they show up? I can't remember reading it somewhere. Twice a day. How do we add paths? Path tracking and data. Not sure. See, they're the brightest satellites, but iridium do flare up. Well, it's given us arrows for the hidden. And now it's put on some other satellites. Since I took the other one, so it can't be tracking. Come on, took it. It's amazing how much time we spend on this. And we don't get paid. And they said there was a base station in Arizona, so it's got to come this way. And it's probably, you'd see a few over Arizona. It's good for a race, so I want to just send it via Discord video. Maybe not best for today, then maybe. Talk about it on Discord, and we might add it to the next show, maybe. As interesting. But yeah, how do we add the paths on so it's it leaves it on the screen? We've got these short arrows, but I want to know if any paths over. I'm not sure how we get that turned on. Geostationary. Okay, let's tip that one and see if there's any of those. Let's see. Open it up bigger, might give us a bit more of a map. No. What's all these labels? Well, that's one heading straight from New York City. Canada, Los Angeles. Whoa. What's all those ones down there? That's the band of satellite. That's the super highway of satellites passes right over Mexico and Brazil. It's a bit confusing. It looks like a lot of them are going upwards as well. Apart from over America. Doesn't make any sense. Might be some better software for this. So that band of satellite must be geostationary, is it? Let's see. Let's see if that disappears again. Okay, it's sped up again. That's better. And the band's gone now. So that GA was on the equator. Okay, that makes sense. That's what they said in the article. Come on, come down. The map's a wee bit hard to control. There's just nothing over Utah at the moment. And we know it must be because they've got a base station there. So it must be one of these ones further down that's passed over at some time. Let's see. The map's going crazy on me. I want to go further down. I want to see what's past. Come on. It's not going to let me control it. Grab it. Grab it. Click and hold. No. Alright, it's sort of working. And then it goes back down. Here. No, still not doing it for us. Stupid thing. Okay, looks like there was some that line up with Arizona and Utah there. And we've lost it again. There we go. No, come over. Come over this way. Come. Stupid thing. So we got Iridium 920, looks like a possibility. Iridium 17. See, there's a whole stack of them here. With probably a few hours apart. Iridium 38. So they must go right around and pass right over Utah here. And then we've got one that's also going upwards here. But how does the communication work if there's none over there at the moment? It must use other satellites in the network, right? So Iridium must join up with other satellites. So that must be it. Which don't flare, of course. Okay, let's see. Does Iridium connect to other communication satellites? Has to, doesn't it? Communication satellites. We need someone that's worked as a technician on this sort of stuff, don't we, in the group? So how does it work? A link to other satellites, here you go, in space, enabling command and control of other assets, regardless of position of ground stations. Okay, so do they connect into Starlink too? Probably. That might be why Elon Musk is does Iridium connect to Starlink. Let's see. Iridium links K-band radio. And Starlink uses lasers. Starlink must still deliver a certified antenna and terminal solution to be in the connectivity online. So they're using lasers between satellites? That's interesting. That's why they're close together then. Gets online with Starlink. Here you go. Starting to roll out slowly. Iridium links are K-band radio. So they're not compatible then. Can I connect to Starlink? Your Starlink kit comes pre-connected. So is Elon making money off that already then? He must be. Starlink, owned by the world's second richest man. He's probably the richest now. Aims to provide the broadband satellite for around $99 a month. That's a lot. We only pay 99 New Zealand a month, not pounds. That's double our money. Using a network of thousands of low orbits. French villagers beat off Elon Musk Starlink satellite base station. Burn it down, like the 5G towers. Those idiots. What areas eligible? Starlink have ground stations. Appears to have installed its ground stations. Well, we just read the French kicked off one to help provide satellite connectivity to Tonga. So that's where it must connect into Iridium then. Drop it down to base station and then retransmit it up to Iridium. Because they said they provide communications for internet as well. It's all fascinating stuff, but better move on. Until we get more information from what's it. There's not much we can do. Okay, so we got some new people joining us here. We got some scientist minds joining us, or some trolls. Think they always have sight to each other. Ground stations may feed into. There we go, Jasper. I found all that out searching. Talking to myself. What's this one? Freelancer. Are you a moron? Okay, we don't need that kind of talk here. I thought, Jasper, you were taking care of that for us. Looks like you may have. I don't know. I know, this one. The earth is flat. Is your brain flat? Clearly it's not flat. Go and send up your weather balloon with a non-fisheye camera and you'll see for yourself. What's that with the flat earthers lately coming here? Look, we only want real science minds. We don't want people that sort of believe anything. Okay. So, as you heard, where do we go to next? So, talking about dots in the sky and people filming from ground telescopes. You may recall this image here. I'll just do a recap because Scott did a good video on it with new images. So you see this recycled every year. Scott C. Warren, I think, may have kicked it off. We can't see that, Scott. That's a little tiny. But you may have seen this videos where they're talking about on NASA footage that there was a flying saucer parked on the edge. It sort of changes when you get high quality images. So you can see how blurry and out of focus it is. To me, I always saw that as like this here. Another peak of a crater rim with this white, highly reflective material. And of course that's what it turns out to be, of course. Yeah. Okay, so these are some of the videos that get put out. UFO on the moon. I'll just make it a wee bit bigger. Okay, now you start to see a full widescreen, and you can start to see these shadows. Shadows being cast across, which makes it look like it's hovering when it's not. And that one there is a pretty good one. You can actually see more of the mountain tipping up here. So this a proper high res. Looks like it's from the photograph of the same where they did some video, but they also took some photographs. Now we've seen that so many times on Tyler and Third Phase of the Moon. Okay, so yeah, it just makes a difference when you get HD images of the same thing. So yeah, if you want to re-see that, I'll put a link to it. My nose is bunged up, so if I sound a wee bit nasally, that's why. I don't know if it's the flu, allergies, or what. Moon UFO debunked. Now you see a lot of that stuff on Bruce C's all nonsense, right? You get the dark shadows and all that, and it looks like it's UFOs hovering when it's actually these bright reflective moon rock and shadows and pareidolia and really poor grainy footage filming through atmospherics. And the other thing that's come out is from TheDebrief, which is ridiculous. Should bring up what they brought up first. Everyone's laughing at it. Okay. Put a few down. Okay, so the TheDebrief brought out this in an article. And Mick West has already taught it a bit, saying, I should get the whole comment, shouldn't I? This type of enhancement is total bullshit. Because it's only like a few dots, right? And and you can't enhance a few dots or 1 pixel. You got basically 1 grey pixel there. You can't draw out detail from a pixel. Yeah, you need, as we found out, probably quite a few, 30. You can't IO upscale a pixel. You can't make a perfect circle round a square pixel. So it matches everything. So this is brought out by TheDebrief from a fighter pilot video. So if we go there, I will show you. Where's the original video? Not sure if I got it there. I got the one that's stabilized, and you can see what exactly it is. Let's see. Search. Where's TheDebrief? TheDebrief. There we go. So this is run by what's his name? Tim McMillan, or as GUFON calls him, McShillen, because all his videos claim to be UFOs, but turned out to be birds and balloons. So this is the footage they've sent out. Is that the video or just a screen grab? Let's go into the page. Maybe it's got the video here. Blah 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 blah. Lots of blah blah. Here we go. No sound.
Or request West Slopes. Runway 281, taxi north of Tower 2 West Slopes, 1 com.
281, roger. Wow, are those 3 really fast flying jets up there? Probably some A-10s or...
Okay, so they got a lock on here.
I'm looking up there.
How can we pause it? Not really well. So it must be in or near that circle. Yeah, I hate these embedded things. They never work very well, do they? Where's the sound gone? I haven't done anything.
Press Tower Longbow 281, lane 4, request West Slopes.
Yeah, so that was this little segment.
Runway 281, taxi north of Tower 2 West Slopes, 1 com.
281, roger. Wow, are those 3 really fast flying jets up there? Probably some A-10s.
Little dots, right?
I'm not looking up there.
It's hard to see them. But they look like they're sort of flying around in circles.
16s. I'm not looking up there.
And there you go, like they're blinking on and off. When you start to see blinking, when you start to see things that are blinking, you think of iridium satellites, of course, but you also know as the bird's wings are going up and down, or butterfly wings, or anything that's got wings that are going up and down, you're changing the reflectiveness. So when it's right next to the body, and they're going to not be picked up by the sensor, when the wings go up, you got more of a mass to reflect sunlight off, so the sensors pick it up again. So we're looking at little dots on this one, and that was a crazy analysis they did. What have they got on this? No, be on their webpage probably. They did some crazy analysis. So this is a helicopter with all the high-tech targeting, spotting little dots in the sky. Talk about the location. Where's the crazy analysis? I think they must have posted it on Twitter. It must be here. So you'd have to go there and then underneath. They posted it somewhere. Maybe it's further down. Maybe it's on his private account. Yeah, it could be. It's probably on Tim's private account. But anyway, someone was clever enough not to do that crazy analysis with all the strange bright colours and artifacts, and actually do it properly, stabilise it, and then zoom in and keep it focused on the objects, which is what I would do. And we get a clue what it is. Is it jets flying around? Is it UFOs? Or is it... We know they're flickering. What does it look like? They look like... similar to that butterfly video, but these look like they're bigger objects, so they're going to be birds, like seagulls or something even bigger. See that there? You can see them gliding, flapping wings and circling each other. It's birds till the cows come home. Could be hawks even, circling. Some of the wingspans are quite big on them. Okay, so that'll probably end up on all the cable networks as UFOs. When you just need to look at this footage here and you can clearly see UFOs do not have wings. But some people will say they're mimicking birds, so they blend in. Was it at the hearing? I don't think so, was it? Or it may have been talked on the hearing. You'd have to read all that debrief stuff. Patchy video. Did they mention any patchy videos on the hearing? Because I didn't bother listening to it myself. Because I thought it would be a nothing burger. I'll just wait to see what all the good bits were going to be. So what they saying is very similar to more wing spread common hawk. Yeah. Look again. Stapling doesn't help, to be frank. Are you blind, man? Neither birds nor aircraft can keep moving forward while turning due to centripetal forces. I don't know what this guy's on. I think birds bank around in a circle and then they flap to pick up speed again. Oh no, we moved on from the Skinwalker Ranch now. And the Skinwalker Ranch stuff is finished with. New insights into the portal one that was. But yeah, who knows? It might be near Skinwalker. What's the location here though? All these naysayers are not convinced due to the speed and lack of elevation change. So the UFOs with flapping wings. If you see these in IR, then you should be able to see wings flapping. Well, there is no zoom in. If you zoomed in with a better camera, I don't know whether they are birds or something more exotic. Come on, it looked like seagulls, hawks. Anyway, I would expect now some more better quality videos. Definitely more excited at any flipping as pixelization of the dots rubbish. Neither bird nor craft can keep moving forward rubbish. One must consider speed of objects in this footage. While not reacting supernatural velocities. That's only optical illusion. And we know hawks can actually pick up some really fast speeds, especially if they're on thermals. So the same flipping effect can be seen in this footage, which is obviously not a bird. What the hell are these people on? There's video corruption. So where's the flipping? Yeah, not a really good explanation. He's not showing anything, circling anything where this flipping's meant to be. Nice, thanks to this. It looks like the wings flipping. Birds, yes. Must be reassuring to the pals to know that patchy pilots can't tell the difference between birds and fighter jets. Yeah, I don't think the other guy that was saying that though was actually looking at what the other guy was, the targeting person in the back seat. They are birds, of course, yeah. And that's where I would zoom in even on one object and actually track it. And you can see how the wings go up and down and next to the body and then fade because the camera loses lock. Dots are still dots, I'm afraid. You're never ever going to convince people in ufology, are you? Clearly too many artifacts. There are some artifacts, yes, but there's enough information there to see flipping. How are you talking? We need better quality. You ain't going to get it from Navy, are you? Because then we'd be able to prove 100% UFOs are real. Like the fact that we are finally able to see more of these videos. Just do a YouTube search for birds, you'll find a lot. Yep, and you probably could then take one of those videos, zoom it out, and make it the same sort of pixelization, and you'll see the same effect. But I'm not going to do it. Someone might do it and say, here's a side by side. The birds, that was a good movie. Flapping wings. I've never mistaken a bird for an aircraft. Well, that's probably true. But the other pilot didn't say anything like that, though, did he? In that little dialogue. He said, "Oh, what are they up there?" And the other guy said, "Oh, they're probably F-16s or whatever." What is this crap? Exactly. Here we're looking at Cooper hooks. Have a look. So this is what I mean. People are going to do lots of comparisons. We don't need to look. We know what birds are like swarming around and attacking each other. Big bats. No. It certainly caused a big stir, this one, didn't it? Which is good for them. Good or bad publicity generates money for them. Blah, 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 blah. Ah, birds. Emanated gift. Yeah, there's sort of on thermals there too. Flip flap. Simply birds. I think the way to solve these ones is statistics. All the ones that say birds, if they're a majority, then you can say to stick. You know, the human brains are quite powerful. Stats wise, more are saying the birds, it's most likely going to be birds. But yes, it goes on and on and on. So I was going to give you a link to it. So you can go and have a read. But you know how to get to it. I just showed you how to search the debrief up here and click on it. Birds. New Navy leak. Yeah, birds. They make themselves look more stupid. I don't keep doing that though. Okay, so this is another thing that come up. GUFON. And then we got... Unfortunately, he's gone and edited the video and all the great insults have disappeared. As we were talking last time, because this is just basically a sum up of what happened. Obviously he did another attack video and this is it. You know, GUFON can't leave it be, right? He always gets in deeper. He started insulting Cambian and stuff, so he went back and edited it out. But this is what I'm saying. These two could be playing you or playing us for views and clicks and more subs. Where you got two channels fighting each other, creating a bit of drama, and then them taking sides. But then if they take sides, they lose some of the subscribers to the other person, and vice versa, right? So those that don't agree with GUFON will switch over to Cambian, and Cambian ones will switch back to GUFON, and so forth. So let's just skim through it.
Agreement with Jaime, and Jaime says, "Oh no, we get permission."
So that's not where I had it queued, because some stuff's got missing. So he put out this this piece of clip here with him ranting on about third phase being the bee's knees, which we've covered before, which is nonsense. And I think I can share that one.
He's just blurting out stuff because he's mad. And when I saw Steve Cambian do that...
Okay, so you get the idea. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this... Steven, so he's going to get views onto that. Attacks... Well, exposes GUFON. What's the title is? GUFON defends third phase of the moon's fakery set to Chopin's funeral music. Now, at the end here is quite an interesting bit of article, which GUFON doesn't play fully. He's saying it's irrelevant because the guy that had the UFO video, or the video in question, I should say, purposely said it wasn't a UFO, but Third Phase got their hands on it and said it was a UFO TR-3B, and they're in talks with the guy that filmed it, and the guy's saying, no one's contacted me ever, and they're certainly not in talks with me. So they're lying about being in talks with the cameraman. So this is quite interesting. And he's saying that disproves they're taking my video and turned it into a UFO hoax. So, which is basically the same as the search and rescue one I was talking about. So we can skim past some of this and get to that other clip, which I just posted, the same video. Unfortunately, the music sort of ruins it a bit. Is that where it starts?
The original video had an explanation.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. I've actually got a big window of this one. He's made it so small so he doesn't get copyright. But if Stephen listened, so this is the so-called footage. Anyone that keeps it to saying it's not actually a UFO, he won't ask them to remove it. So Scott Brando's used it, the full stuff. So we'll just listen to what he has to say here, and I'll zoom in, and then we'll look at that one. And then we'll look at what GUFON has to say about
hovering in the sky, and people on the ground have no idea what it is. And what's crazy about that,
I'm not sure if I did this one before it got taken down. He eventually was going to put a claim on them, and if they didn't remove it within 24 hours, he'd put it through Google. So they took it down. So I'm not sure if I saw this one or not, but I'm pretty sure it seems to ring a bell from February. So it'd probably be on my live shows, and I said, oh, that kind of looks like a reflection or a light source. Because it's, again, a TRB3 flying on its side. It's a red flag for me. If it was changing angle all the time, and the light were changing with the angle, then that wouldn't be a red flag then.
it's just not from one person. If it were from one person, I would speculate that this could be some kind of massive hoax. But when we have multiple eyewitnesses capturing this object...
Those multiple eyewitnesses is only me, of course. I would also like to underline, no one from Third Phase of Moon have contacted me. They just lie. By the way, the TR-3B is supposed to be a super secret project of the United States, a secret anti-gravity weapon. This aircraft is set to reach lunar orbit in less than 1 hour. That's some of the biggest bullshits I have ever heard. I repeat, my original video had an explanation. The only mystery is created by the Third Phase of Moon cheaters. Let's see what they created from a simple phone shot with the navigation on.
That's amazing. People were sharing their GPS locations of where this was shot, even captured in infrared. Again, multiple sources captured within the past 24 hours, Czech Republic, what the heck is going on? Look at this.
Has anyone seen the GPS coordinates? I haven't. But video thieves and mystery makers work as a team. After a while, the first expert is joined by the second with his assessment.
Great.
Damn, this is pretty good footage right here. Look at what we're looking at, this infrared nighttime vision footage, and then we have this scope, this triangular craft that's emitting lights.
Of course it is pretty good footage, but am I worthy of praise from the Third Phase of Moon channel? Look out, another brilliant idea is coming.
Could this be the new breakthrough of the massive UFO sightings that everybody's been waiting for? Well, I'm sure we're going to find out more about what this mysterious object, this triangular craft, is.
The only breakthrough is the method of creating fake mysteries that Third Phase of Moon has shown. I'm not a fan of liars and mystery makers. When I started getting requests for permission to take over the video in Spanish, I realized I needed to take an action. So I added English subtitles to my original video and reported it as stolen. The response I got was very angry reaction from fans of the lying channel.
Some people might just dismiss this as too good to be true. And I would have to say possibly, but as we're looking at it again from multiple eyewitnesses, let's not forget about that.
Yeah, there are indeed many witnesses. I was there on Tuesday and Wednesday.
And what is the size? I'm saying the size of a house, or maybe much larger. It's hard telling, but
looks like they got
what we're
punked
gonna
to me,
in the
doesn't
near
it?
future is a ton more of footage that's going to be dropping from the Czech Republic.
That sounds like an order, guys. But you could steal a little more from my original video. An explanation. A person who even doesn't understand a word could understand this. Zdá se, že UFON o mě neví. Svítí si do dálky a osvětluje dokonce sousední stromy. Když přijdu blíž, zjišťuju, že UFOni fungují na 12 voltů.
12 volt battery. So it's a deer stand for hunting, and they got a triangle tarp over top and some lights on it, and it lights it up. Same as Travis Walton. Remember I did that one, and I said one of the guys in the back said, oh, it looked like a deer stand with some spotlights on it. And that guy's comment got suppressed and never promoted around, right? Because it didn't match with all the other guys were saying. And it turned out we got more information where Roger comes forward and says it was actually a fire tower with spotlights far away, and the guys were tired and they drove down to another road instead, detour, without them realising, I guess. And got them closer to this thing which I've never seen, none of them knew about. So yeah, this is how it was done for Travis as well.
So even the author of Third Phase of Moon channel could understand, if he wanted to.
I'm just speculating here, but looking at this thing, it's one of the most clearest shots of a triangular shaped craft that I've ever seen.
Well, I did my best. We don't produce scrap in Czech Republic, so when we film UFOs, we film them properly. And how did it turn out? I reported the video. I was expecting another video accusing me of conspiring with the US government, the secret services and the secret societies.
Yeah.
It didn't take more than a few hours.
We wanted to go over what happened last night in regards to the video that we uploaded and shared to the world in regards to what was going on in the Czech Republic. Some kind of triangular shaped craft was spotted, and
still lying.
We received some information from the person, the original uploader, and we're in right now some communications.
And this communication is so secret, even I don't know about that.
Right now the original uploader says he's got some information, but right now keep it on the down low. So that's why we removed it. He asked us to remove it, which is pretty cool. He gave us a heads up, so that's good. But again, we're in communication. Hopefully we could bring you the exact news of what happened in the Czech Republic.
I admit these guys have it well thought out. They know exactly that they are stealing and creating a hoax, and when I try to stop them, they create another hoax. There is nothing but money in it. These liars and fraudsters don't care about anything other than money from gullible subscribers.
Yep.
Let's look at it in the light of the day. This is exactly that. And let me express, the channel Third Phase of Moon does not have any permission to use this footage. So let me react.
And, you know, it is what it is now. The last 5 years, I've been a part of it for just about 3. If there were any hoaxes by them, I wouldn't be able to associate with them, at least business-wise. If there were any hoaxes by them, I wouldn't be able to associate.
That's hilarious, isn't it? Now, he comes back and defends him, which we will listen to in a minute. I have to see what he's chopped out though. He's saying, "Oh, this is Steve Cambian is a hoaxer. What is it? Debunker hoaxer, where he makes up things to make it sound bad for his own narrative." Third Phase didn't get this from this guy. They got it from Jamie Musan, who had got permission from the guy. Well, this guy clearly said in that video, no one has got permission to use that video. So that means Jamie Musan is a liar too. And it doesn't matter in this contents here of how they were saying that they were in talk with the guy, and the guy said that he wasn't. So they got it from Jamie Musan, and then they contacted the guy, which makes them hoaxers because they lied, because the guy is saying they didn't. What's going on in the Czech Republic? Well, we'll find out in a minute. There was a reason why he created the video, and it wasn't to punk Third Phase. It just ended up that way. And also GUFON has been called out on it. Now, Steve Cambian has put that up as one of the latest hoaxes, right? So this comes after my one with the search and rescue. So that was another 2 months after that one. So there you go. There's another. Oh no, it's this year. So this is another one in February this year. So that means the latest hoax is only how many months? 4 months old. So there you go. Not done it in 5 years. So it doesn't matter that they received it from Jamie Musan. They said clearly in that video that they had been in contact with the filmer, and he's saying that's a lie. And they had the rest of the video where they could see what it was, and they still created more lies from it. Now, who's that sound like that does that? Tyler Clockner does that sort of stuff too. Okay. They can't be this stupid. They are. I think they must have got a cut version from third party. Yeah, but then if they were in talks with the guy, he would have given the link to the full video though, wouldn't he? So they were lying. So anyway, as Scott Brando has got a better quality one, we'll just play what he's got here. Of course, I don't think he has any talking, but we'll check. A few months ago, February, here we go. I should read it out because he doesn't. In February 2022, many hoax promoters and UFO grifters shared a video. I think even Tyler did this one, didn't he? About alleged triangle-shaped UFO filmed in the forest over Prague. Okay, just carry on. So you can see what it was. It was a deer stand with a tarp over top triangle to keep the rain off. And they got some lights inside. And I'm not sure what I said about it, but I said, yeah, it's got to be a fake. And it was. Because the guy hasn't contacted me to remove it. In a nutshell, it was just a joke made by the journalists, Slav. BetterTally.net. To celebrate the 6th anniversary of his YouTube channel, he filmed a structure with LED spotlights powered by 12-volt battery, as he confirmed in the video. Read the English subs. So remember, he put out the original one was all in Spanish, was it? He said, or Czechoslovakian, I mean. And he got in contact with the Spanish people wanting to use it, which I guess may be Jamie Massand. Then he thought he better put out an English version that explains it. So Jamie Massand should have known what it was, even in the non-English version, because he shows it in daytime. So they're all frauds. Make good money from it. Yeah, it does look like a light hanging in a tree though, doesn't it? It's probably what I said, because you can see the trees there. Even if it was cut, you know. What's it say there? Just a joke video. So he's got it on the screen there as a second edit, but it's what. There you go, and even night time you can see where he was aiming. So there you go. How to be fooled. And you just film it from different distances and walk around it. Some big trees there though. Look at that big tree there. That must be quite a few years old, probably 100. Anyway, he's just re-showing the video again. Has it got speech on it? Okay, that's original. Original with the English subtitles. Yeah, so I'll post that one for the other link. The debunk. For last. And you can have a look on your screens if you want to. That one we're finished with. Yep, now we need to go to see GUFON trying to defend it. And then we got another one here. Where Third Phase come on. Let's try and debate it with Cambian. So we'll come back to that one. And we got 3 videos from GUFON. The drama. Alright, so let's go on this one.
We don't post without nobody's permission. So, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Okay, looks like he's chopped out a fair bit.
And Truth Seeker was swearing at them, calling them all sorts of shit.
Might have to turn that one up a bit.
Talking about how Greer's this and they're that, and all they do is hoax stuff and hoax things, and I'm like, whoa, man, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Seems to know what he's talking about.
He's just blurting out stuff because he's mad. And when I saw Steve Cambian do that, I said, I do that. I can't do that anymore. Yep. Because I was wrong. And I could be wrong about Christo. I don't think I am. But I'm not saying I'm 100% right. I just feel like this guy wants to believe so badly. Look, let me tell you something. I've got 400 tapes. I could pull out 100 things right now that aren't UFOs. And you would think those are the best UFOs you've seen.
No, I wouldn't.
I could fool this whole entire place. I could fool the whole community.
And he still
I could
is.
be Christopher Bledsoe, Dr. Greer, and whoever else you want to throw in there. Christo, for that matter. I don't know. You know what
I don't
mean?
know who Christo
The
is.
music does make it fun. I think what some of these people do, and I don't know about Christo, but
Yeah, this goes on a bit, doesn't it?
it's hard. It is Monday. And I did almost a 3-hour show yesterday.
You can see where he
and
cuts
we
it off,
were
though.
looking at- shit, this is just from Monday?
Yeah,
Some
you do
fighting
dribble on
that was
about a
going
lot,
on
mate.
And
Hey,
then,
Mr. G, how's it going?
Third Phase of Moon went over to Alien Scientist Show. What's up, Levi? They were
That's very true. But I could do the same, right?
by Stephen
But I'd always
Cambian
admit at the end that
and Solar
I fooled you.
Marshall. I don't
Just
know.
like this
Yeah.
guy did in this
They,
video, right?
Stephen
He, at the
Cambian
end said,
was
oh no, it's just
guys,
this.
you assholes, putting up
And that's the
shit.
proper way of doing it, to educate people. They'll be watching the front thinking, oh, it's a UFO, UFO, and then he comes up and says, nah, sorry.
Anyway, blah, blah,
You got
blah.
fooled.
Get that laugh. The thing I say is, you tried debunking their video from, the other night, last week, the 4 videos from Hawaii, and it didn't look anything like it. Space debris coming in. It looked nothing.
Okay, so I proved that it was space debris. I'm not sure if it was the same event, though. It seemed to have the same shape. But often they get space debris over Hawaii because it's near the sea, right, where they like to burn up dead satellites. There's a zone out in the Pacific where they aim for. So it's often they'll see debris coming down. And if you're seeing one, then the other one is very comparable, then you can say it's space debris. But I wasn't sure if they were recycling a video or not. It sounds like it might be a new event. But this idiot can't tell what space debris is. Obviously. I like Cambian to start with, and I tried to get him on my show. And I promoted him on my channel, and GUFON hadn't even noticed him by that stage. And then it was after I started promoting Cambian that GUFON started playing some of his videos and reaching out to Cambian, and they become friends. So it was through me playing people's clips, just like he does. He copied my format and then tried to destroy me and take over my people. That's what he did. But GUFON has gone off the rails. He's always been off the rails. When he met Third Phase, it went downhill more and more as time went on. It's almost like he got brainwashed. Before then, he was exposing Tyler and everybody, all the corruption out there, like he should be doing. And then he sort of said he changed his ways, and believes that people deserve a second chance, even if they're hoaxers. And the rest of us need to follow suit, is what he's saying. We should follow the same as him. We should be able to set that third phase. Hoaxers and have changed. But now we've just seen this other video that proves that the lion and making up a story, same as Tyler does, with footage that he comes across, or makes, or whatever, or gets other mates to do it. So yeah, he does, not everything he does is wrong though. He does some good stuff, and his opinions on maybe disinformation agents is maybe true, but he does go a wee bit too overboard all the time, and he does character insults, and that's really not professional at all, is it? What you should do is always attack the message, not the messenger. unless the messenger has a known criminal history, which is like UFO proof. So I don't think Lou's got a criminal history, because he wouldn't be hired by the government, especially in his side of things anyway. So once all those videos come out where he was, they were attacking his family or talking about his family and stuff. Yeah, I couldn't be bothered with that. I couldn't watch it more than 5 minutes actually. So I never actually watched it all, but they thought it was good. But anyway, he's going to come up and defend him on that video guy that's tearing him to bits.
Thing like it. Yeah, there were dots in, many dots in the sky, but it had no trails, no little exploding.
But we've already seen in previous debris coming down that not all of it has trails.
Meteor.
Because it depends on the material, doesn't it? How much it heats up and how much it then breaks away. We know meteorite rocks break away because a lot of it's icy clumps of iron and other crystals and minerals and stuff. Well, a space junk can flare up and create a short trail, but then if it's not heating up enough to evaporate some of the other stuff, because it is protected with rare metals, right, to withstand the heat, so it's not going to always flare up. And of course it depends what stage of the burning up process coming down, and that the people were filming it to what he saw. So yeah,
Meteorites or meteors, none of that was going on with this object. And the physicist who was on Alien Scientist said it was one object. And Third Phase of Moon is friends with the physicist. So, doesn't he talk? I thought Cambian speaks.
I don't think he needs to.
Hovering in the sky, and people on the ground have no idea what it is. And what's crazy about this?
By the way, that if there were any showing hope that says they stole it,
be or some kind of triangular craft just hovering in the sky.
That is a bold-faced lie.
Have no idea what it is. And what's crazy about this? It's just not.
See, this is where Cambian doesn't know what he's doing. He thinks he's great, and maybe he is.
Yeah, so it wasn't Cambian that said it stole it. It was the guy that filmed the original video said it was stolen, because he never gave permission to anyone to use it off his channel. So he gave no one permission, unless they were going to use it also to say this is a fake UFO for education purposes. He said that was okay. Which Third Phase of the Moon don't do, of course.
He is on other things, but he rushed into this, and he didn't. You didn't do any research. You didn't.
See, he didn't listen to the video before speaking out. Now, if he kept on listening, that guy clearly says it was stolen by Jamie Mazzan, and hence it was stolen by the Third Phase, who then were making up stories that they were in contact. He doesn't play the rest of it.
Call the Cousins brothers and ask them, where did they get that video from? They got it from Jaime Maussan, not from the actual person. They have an agreement with Jaime Maussan that they could use any videos they want, and Jaime could use their videos. So they got it from Jaime. Then when the guys who put the video up there, they actually made a hoax. They hoaxed it. And then within 10 to 12 hours, Third Phase of Moon removed that video. They didn't leave it up.
Because you threatened them for legal action, that's why. And they didn't remove it out of morals, consciousness, we've got to make right on this one. It's actually a hoax, so we've got to talk about it.
Because when they found out it was a hoax, they took it down.
Cobblers, he's got the story wrong. See, he didn't bother listening to what the guy said.
And explained it. See, that's where Cambian's wrong again. Then he says there's a video that they used where they said they were in the Philippines when it was filmed in Hawaii. Again, that was 8 years ago. I told Cambian everything that they've done in the last 5 years is not on purpose. If somebody sent them CGI, they wouldn't post it. If they got...
Okay, so as we know, in the last month alone, they've put up a lot of CGI stuff that's been proven to be CGI. So, yeah, no point in going over the rest of it, but he's obviously cut out lots of the insults, and we're not going to hear it now because he's edited the video.
They admitted it. They will admit it if they were if they got fooled, and they'll take the video down or put another video up.
By the second, with his...
So he's cut out the bit where he's talking about Cambian being now a hoaxer debunker. Or debunker hoaxer, what does he say anyway? Debunkers that hoax stuff.
assessment.
Damn, this is pretty good footage right here.
Same
Look
thing.
at what we're looking at, this infrared nighttime vision footage.
Yeah,
and then
that's
shown.
the one. That's so stupid.
That sounds like an order, guys.
And also, it was in another language. It was in Russian or something, and they couldn't understand what these guys were saying. But they did reach out, and that's how they got contacted, because those guys got upset that Third Phase of Moon used it and gave them a few days to remove it, and they took it down immediately because it was fake.
No, because they're threatened with a strike is why they took it down.
This field, what you don't know until you know. But Cambian's going around saying...
See, Third Phase is not going to make a video and then take it down when it can be up there for the rest of the life of the channel. Click views for new people that join ufology. They do a search and it comes up, mostly because they plus theirs all over websites everywhere, or other people do. So their stuff is found even if Google suppresses it, because other people use other search engines and stuff. But yeah, you can see how much he's twisting it all here to be saying that the debunkers are wrong, and Third Phase still not hoaxing. But he didn't listen to the whole thing where he's saying they weren't in contact with him. And at the end, he probably sent them a cease and desist and removal, right?
All this shit that's already old news. It's already been talked about. He says, you know, they're hoaxers, liars. They promote hoaxes all the time, all their videos. I'm like, dude, the last 5 years, no. Before that, it's a crapshoot. Okay? So he has to go back 8 years. He didn't go back 5. He goes back 8 years. It's the oldest trick in the book. It's another debunker having to make up a lie to fill their need. See, Cambian's a little bit insecure. He doesn't feel confident that he could be friends with Third Phase of Moon and now me. Because anytime you do this to your supposed friends, you're ending the relationship in a way. You're putting me and Third Phase on notice by doing...
When you look at it, could Steve made friends with them to get promotion of his own channel and use them, and then at the end spill the beans and expose them? And he's got the best of both worlds then. Was that his whole plan from the beginning? Or is he still going to be friends and show up on their shows as a panelist after this event? So let's see what happens further on. I just think they're all players. Once a truther ends up working with frauds, and he's already worked with another fraud, hasn't he, that people are talking about. Can't remember what his name was. And has also had various frauds on his thing being interviewed, but it's not quite the same thing though, unless you don't ask him the hard questions. So then you become a bit suspect. Of course, you know, he had Angelia on and Dolan and who else? All sorts of people. Area 503, which I class as also one of these guys here. He was promoting balloons as a humanoid. Who else he had on? Underbelly, is it? Who's another one of these guys? They're all the same, you know. They're just the same sort of drama, fakery, just and bullshit. Now, he reckons he's got UFOs. Why does he not put up all the videos and then send it off to Mick West and people to get it officially approved? You know, MUFON and all that sort of stuff.
Doing this that you don't approve. Well, guess what, bud? We don't approve of you. You had Anjali on your show. You had Richard Doty on your show.
Oh, he had Doty
Two
as
of
well,
the worst fucking hoaxers and liars in the community. And you were promoting them so you can get clicks and views and create more drama. Oh, well.
But GUFON does that. He has those type of people on too, doesn't he? And if he doesn't have it on his show, he shows up on other people's shows, a panel with those people. And then he'll do his show and then he'll talk about go and watch Amy and Addict because he was on it. So he is self-promoting, he's cross-promoting. He's a hypocrite, as far as I'm concerned. And not really good for ufology at all. Although he does do some occasionally good debunks. I can't throw him entirely under the bus. I'm just being fair, right? Cambian did have her on, but he ended up calling her out in the end. Yeah, didn't he? Maybe he did a final video on it, didn't he? That's right. Saying that she was a liar, probably hallucinating because of drugs. Which is possible. But as you know, with ghosts and stuff, not everybody in a party will see the same apparition. I think, again, it depends on your brain chemistry, whether you can see these things in mind's eye. You're not actually seeing visually all the time. Although some are caught on camera, those ones are visual or thermal, obviously giving off heat. It's still a mystery and stuff to be researched in. But anyone can claim they've been visited and ghosts. I have. But I haven't got any evidence to back it up. But you never know, one day I might have. I did have some a video of the light going crazy. Did video that one. But I just put that down to possibly a capacitor. But the light works perfectly good now. I can have it on the white as well as the LED disco thing. Yeah, but it won't spin. The motor is not spinning probably for some reason. I think the bearings are gone on it. But it flickering off and on. So I'm not sure if you've been following me for years or not and seen that video of the light. Because I had the thing jumping on the bed situation happening. And I always seem to have lots of electronic failure in this house. Like this week gone, I've had 4 things die on me. And it seems every week there's always something dying in the house, electronic wise. And it's not, not really old. So yeah, he's completely wrong here. He's edited the video, and he just rabbits on and on. And then he talks about Skinwalker, does he? Let's see.
Appreciate the concerns. Got a couple of messages from you guys wondering, hey, where's Richie?
Now, I had a quick skim of what he was saying because I was doing research on it too. And oddly enough, what he said sort of backed up what I was doing. And I thought, okay, maybe he has seen iridium satellite like that. Be good to see his camera footage of him so we can do a side-by-side. So I might come back and play that in a minute on Skinwalker Ranch. But he didn't say he said the portal he's seen happened where it flashes. He reckons it's the angle changes, and I thought, I don't know about that, because it looked like it was expanding gas like a rocket burst. Then I started doing, I was doing the research, and I knew they had orbit correction rockets on there, so it just might happen that they fired the correction of orbit when they were over Skinwalker Ranch that particular morning. And if he's seen it, he might have seen it when they do orbit corrections, because as we found out, Arizona, they got a base station there, which might be where they do the correction and have a camera up in the sky to see if they can see it. So yeah, we'll just come back to that one, because it. So this is why I'm not saying that GUFON's always wrong. Sometimes he does come out with these unique pieces of information, and you think, well, okay, he's not completely void of knowledge, and did learn something. Okay, UFO brings drama. So what was that one? Moving forward to a better future. Okay, let's play it. I think he apologizes. So he apologizes for the last video and said he edited it.
In using an example of you are who your friends are. Like, I grew up with that. And my parents would always say, you are who your friends are. And I'm like, but I'm not. I don't smoke pot. I don't ditch school. I don't get shitty grades. I'm not like my friends. And the same thing happened.
I'm pretty sure I've seen him smoke quite a lot of pot on the show. Certainly e-cigarettes wise anyway. But he certainly has been holding up his bud jar, which I put in my movie, remember?
Here. And they were calling, just because I'm friends with Third Phase of Moon, doesn't mean I've ever hoaxed anything, doesn't mean I support hoaxers, doesn't mean
I question that, because remember he did the laser pens thing with the dots that appeared on the screen, which actually was reflecting off the green screen blanket. I believe he accidentally was pushing a button on his EVP recorder, whatever he was using at the time, has a LED torch on it, and I don't think he realizes it's got that functionality on there. Sometimes you have buttons that do multiple things, right? If you press it quickly twice and then it turns on the LED light for a few seconds and all that sort of stuff. So he may not have intentionally created that. So I can't throw him completely under the bus, but it definitely was a hoaxy event. So he's saying he's never hoaxed anything. Well, that was actually a hoax event. And you can see the angle of the pen as he walked onto the screen where the dot was on the thing that lined up. But if you're not seeing my little analysis or video of that, then you can find it on BitChute, I think it is. It might be on YouTube too.
I get paid by hoaxers because...
Well, we know that's true because we're seeing Third Phase donate money to him on the side chat. So he does get paid. Whether the people that donated them are also like fakes, right? Where you give them out $100 and say give some of it back while I'm on the show, makes other people also donate. And I often say that if you donate a little bit, instead of donating a heap of stuff on one show, just donate a little bit every show. And it makes people see that you got super chat and makes them think, oh, let's give this guy some money as well. Because it does work, it sort of wakes people up, thinking, oh, right, we better donate a little bit to this guy because he's put some good effort and bringing in the truth. So who knows? He may not even be aware of it, but maybe some of the bigger channels like Third Phase and Tyler, we know, do pay off the troll army and give them money and say go and join their Discord group, or join their Patreon group, donate $5 and you can keep the rest each month. Now we've got Nocturnal News admitting that on a video for Tyler, so who's to say that's not happening with GUFON, where someone gives them money and says, yep, You donate $5 to him as a member per month, and donate a wee bit here and there on Super Chat, and you can keep the rest. Who's to say? Okay.
They're not doing that shit anymore, Third Phase of Moon, and I'm going to stick up for my friends. I'm going to stand up for my name. I could have done it a little more tactfully, but I used that example, you are who your friends are, because it was a good example. Because
if you look at his early shows, he used to have a lot of donations, right, from the same people all the time. And now all those regulars are gone because he's upset them. So he's got to have new blood coming all the time with new money. He claims he's living off this and not collecting government money. I don't know if that's true. So
if I said, like I said yesterday, if he had friends who were clowns, does that make him a clown? But I used the other word, PEDO.
Okay, so that's the bit he cut out, where he's insulting him with PEDO, which is what he did with me too, remember? And especially in comments, not visually on live show, because he didn't want to get caught out on that. But obviously he went a step too far and said it on the show, so that's why he had to cut it out, because as soon as you class someone as a PEDO and you haven't got evidence, he could be sued and lose all his money. So he was panicking. He must have taken it down straight after and said, "Oh, I've got to take that out." Whether Cambian was quick enough to grab it and you could use it against him in court now.
But does that make him a clown? And using the logic that Cambian used, it would.
So it makes sense now he's going to say he's sorry and all that before it goes any further.
So you can't go lumping in people just because they're friends and and saying things about them that just aren't true, which is what triggered me. And I should be beyond that at this point. And which is why I made the show.
See, people are still donating to
moving
him.
forward to a better ufology or something, whatever I said. Because I really do want to try to get away from that stuff where you're just going after people just because. But hey man, if there's somebody out there who's hoaxing something and lying and just has no proof, like I don't like people that make money off of lies.
Which he does that himself.
So I might talk about somebody like that again. But going after people in the field that are just working hard like I am, and
like me,
trying to, survive in this field, make a living even, I probably shouldn't go after those people. He never
had a taste of my own
medicine, and there's nothing like getting a taste of your own medicine to set you straight. Not that it did, not that it set me in any direction, but the point is, I was trying to step away from the bullshit like that in the field because it really is garbage. It really is. If all you do is rip people apart every single show you do, and for me, I said it today on Alien Addict where I just came from there, it's bad juju. It just doesn't feel right. And you know what? It doesn't feel right anymore to me.
Anyway, I said I was done with this guy. I think this had to be the last one on him. Unless he puts up some bad debunks, which I might have to break down. But, you can see that he's going to do an apology. I think it's coming up.
Maybe I've grown out of it to some extent. But I am going to apologize to Steve Cambian. I am sorry that I said things that you didn't like, and I don't like the things you said about me. I think you could have been a little more tactful and maybe just gone after the Cousins brothers instead of lumping me in there. I don't understand that. But
he doesn't understand.
I'm sorry.
So he's a conspiracy. He comes under conspiracy to commit fraud because he promotes third phase. He doesn't understand that's still a criminal offence. He's promoting frauds and making them richer. And in the purpose, they give him some handouts by promoting it on their channel.
It sucks. And to show my good faith and the way I'm feeling, I did remove that comment out of the show yesterday because even though I didn't say anything that was wrong, I didn't want that over his head.
PEDO is wrong.
Or his name either. So it's a word that triggers people, the P word. So I removed it, not because of the threats, because he was threatening to strike my channel, which he says he doesn't do, but he's definitely threatening. But that wasn't it. I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't like it if it was done to me. So I removed it out of the show, and in good faith, to show that I really don't hate the guy. I just hate the actions.
And what's the bet? Next week he's still talking about him, or something related to third phase in that video. He'll just keep repeating. He'll keep repeating, saying that they don't hoax anything in the last 5 years. He doesn't see that thing where the guy was saying that they didn't ask permission and they were lying about being in contact, and multiple witnesses was a lie. They added that in. It was just him. So yeah, to me that's fraud. Hoaxing. It's creating a new narrative from a video that was meant to be a joke video and actually shows what it was at the end. GUFON is losing it, or has he lost it? Yeah. Why is it not showing up now? What's going on here? Is it showing the comment? I'm not seeing it. What's happened? Guy might have rebooted the server that we use. It should be coming up. No. It's not highlighting the comment anymore. Oh well, something's happened. That's a shame. That was going 5 minutes ago. We don't really need it though. Anyway, you can go and listen to that on his channel if you want. Coffee time. Yeah, we're going to look at some third phase stuff that they've put up next. And me, I haven't had lunch either, or breakfast or anything like that. But we'll see how we go. We've done, 2 hours now, isn't it? Let me have a look. Yeah, it's funny how we've lost that overlay business. He's reset the server, I reckon. Let's see. What does it say? 2 hours. Oh. 2.5 hours. Okay. So, yeah, what was the next bit? Oh, right. Here he was on the panel where he's talking about Alien Addict. Just to round it off. And then this is where third phase on. So we need to listen to a couple bits of this.
Yeah. If it isn't, or if it's reality.
What's tic-tac-toe mean? Get Cambian to apologise to Rich.
Where have you been? You didn't know what happened?
I told you I've been working all week non-stop.
Yep.
Oh, have you not fallen out with Cambian, have you, Rich? You fall out with everybody.
It's his fault, actually.
Is it? Oh, dear.
It's never his fault. No,
hey, when people keep putting videos of me up and call me a hoaxer and a liar, and then tell me just because I'm supporting third phase of moon that I lose all credibility, I'm not going to sit idly by and not say anything. And Cambian cried like a little bitch yesterday when I came out and I gave an example and I said something, but he thought I called him a PEDO, which I didn't. I gave an example. You are, like I said...
Okay, he said exactly the same thing when I outed him about calling me a pedo. He says exactly the same thing. I didn't. He may not have done it on a live show, but he did it behind the scenes, right?
You are who your friends are. My father used to say that. You know, you are who your friends are. But not every single time it works out like that. I mean, you could be friends with people and not have the same beliefs in them, you know, politically or whatever. You know, you name it. You could be totally different and be friends. And it's rare, but it happens. And, well, in this situation, you know, Third Phase had a history. So he made a video with me talking and put music up behind it. And I gave an example. I said, so if your friends were pedos, does that make you a pedo? Oh, I guess apparently so with your logic. You know, and then he's like, yeah, I'm going to sue you. You can't say that. That's libel.
Yeah, you can't.
Wowzers.
Can't say that. So I had to remove it out of my video.
Yeah,
Because,
there you go. This is the truth.
I don't
now.
want any problems just for
that-
some people like her taking it the wrong way.
That makes me sad because I like you both, and you two got on like a house on fire. But Part-Time Pete, welcome to the show.
Anyway, now you can go and watch it on the internet if you want to. Right, I was meant to play the bit where he's talking about the iridium satellites, but it is dragging on a bit, I must admit. I've got and closed it down now. So this was apparently the one that you probably need to listen to from Steve Cambian, where Third Phase were trying to debate that they had permission and all that sort of stuff, even though the guy's saying otherwise. Third Phase T3B debate. We'll just have a listen to some of that.
Next to the CIA director, Woolsey and all that stuff. It pissed Woolsey off so bad that he had put a note
Again, he
out
plays
about it.
music
But
over it.
Stephen Greer.
So you're dismissing it. You didn't get it on the record yet. That's great.
No, not yet.
You have to listen to what they're saying in the background. So I'm not too sure if there's one about the music, so you can actually hear what Blake is saying better.
What Billy has to say, but
that's one of the cousins.
Oh, I'm going to drop it. I'll drop it for you. You'll get it. Don't worry.
I want to hear it. We want to know. What is it? What did he say?
Why don't you get Billy Gibbons on camera telling
Guys,
us backing up Stephen Greer's fake story, you fraudster?
It's fake story, just like all those fake fucking videos you guys put out for years.
Yeah, 5 years of putting out fake videos, all with the same camera. You said he would send those to you.
These guys have put out tons of fake bullshit. Just have to have the truth now, buddy.
That's hilarious.
Last night's video?
I don't pay attention to your stuff, dude.
So you're blind then?
No, I'm not blind. I can see right now.
Yeah,
apparently you're not
if you
watching
shit on me, 800 times, but then you're nice to me once, it doesn't change the fact.
So where's the original stream of this? Because that sounds hilarious and needs to be saved. Because it'll eventually get deleted. Let's see. Yeah, that one would have been the shit show, right? So apparently they're interviewing Dr. Greer for that new movie they're making, from what I can understand there. And they made reference to a guy called Billy, who's meant to be CC Top band member. Apparently Greer and him went to a secret location, and Dick's called it out, saying it's bullshit. Anyway.
I'm just asking a simple question. I'm not attacking. I'm just saying, hey, look, what did Billy have to say? That's all. I'm not saying anything.
I'm putting it on a show, and I'm not going to drop it here for you. You're the one that made a documentary, you dumbass, saying that some guy went on a secret mission with a guy from ZZ Top. It was your responsibility to check into it, you dumbass.
I didn't say that. That was Dr. Greer. It came out of his mouth.
You didn't fact check him. You made the documentary.
So we're supposed to
and then
fact
Rich
check
from GUFON backed you up. Well, Stephen Greer wouldn't have done the documentary if they fact checked.
Stephen's correct there. You should have gone to Billy. Is this true? Did you actually say this with to Greer? Blah blah. And either he's going to say no comment, I can't say anything on that, or that sort of admits to it then when they say no comment, doesn't it? So
everything he said. So I guess you just make videos with liars because you don't want to fact check anybody.
I thought
He said he went on a secret mission with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top, you asshole. And you put it in a documentary and you didn't check with Billy Gibbons.
it's hilarious.
I gotta do that for you? I'm sorry, I won't curse anymore.
I think we need to do a mashup as the.
How much money did you make from that documentary? You couldn't check with Billy Gibbons' people if he went on a secret mission?
They don't have.
I don't got Billy's phone number.
Neither do I. Celebrities are hard people to get to.
Whoa, really? Okay. So there you go. So Greer said it. Greer versus Billy. It's up to Billy to make a statement. We're just there filming, and they're making a statement.
We're just innocent film producers.
Did you watch last night's video, Steven?
Okay.
No, I don't want. You guys watch
So
it.
you did wait. So you got one good
Did you
video
watch
out of
last night's
5,000
video,
frauds, and you want me to like?
Did you guys watch
I wish
last night's
he didn't
video?
have the music on it.
LOL.
I think Rich played it on his show. You're talking about the guy with the gun.
The music's
still?
just a wee bit too loud, isn't it?
No, the mass sighting over Hawaii.
Oh yeah, that's like.
There's another
Oh,
video
yeah,
over Hawaii.
Recycled.
Four different camera angles.
See, he's saying
look at it,
recycled.
It looks just like space debris dropping out.
Didn't they say recycled? So maybe that space debris was recycled from 2020.
The air. I'm sure China or somebody will admit they had a satellite that deorbited sooner or later. I swear that footage looked exactly like.
I'm not exactly sure. We had physicists look at that.
Pretty
and
sure.
that's
Yeah, I'm
not
sure
the
you did have
basic
physicists look at. It doesn't matter.
Physicists, he's talking about those frauds he has on his dream team that not really physicists at all. And what's that guy with the blonde hair? I can't remember what his name was. And he also got the other guy that claims that Bob Lazar is correct and all that sort of stuff. Worked on Lockheed Martin. That guy, is that who he's talking about?
I'm a physicist.
Yeah, take a look at it, Eric. Look it up. This is space.
Let me look at it. I'll tell you what's up.
Let's not take
Squadron of 10,000.
Let's not take assumption. We're
We got
screening.
two physicists.
We're not
here.
saying it's alien spacecraft either.
So you're the king of cop-outs. You know that, guys? You're the king of
Cop-out,
cop-outs.
yeah.
And by the way, what about that video you stole off that guy recently? I got
Oh, here
the
we
video
go.
on that. I'm going to
Now it's coming up to that guy with the triangle.
do a show on it next week. You stole a video from somebody without permission, and it was a light on a tree. But you hyped it up like it was aliens. That's what you do. It's one of garbage.
Really?
I don't know. 10,000 videos. You don't
Yeah,
get
here
it
it is.
plus. Hey,
Here it is.
keep forwarding it a little bit, Jeremy. Go to different.
Hey,
keep
Buns.
forwarding it. Go to the fourth video. Keep going.
I find it a
Get
bit
up to
annoying,
that
the
one.
music.
There's
It could be a
God,
wee bit
orbiting.
quieter.
Yeah, there you go. So this is space debris.
No, that's a physical object in the sky. It could be. I mean, who knows what it is? All right.
Well, of course, that's
Well,
what
wait a
we're
minute.
trying
I
to
want
figure
to ask
out.
him a question. This though, I thought you stated that this one of them was from a different time though, wasn't it? Or was this?
No, this has all happened the same day, same
Did
time.
you show another video?
Kaneohe,
Didn't you
Oahu,
show
multiple
another
sources.
video from a different?
See,
time?
that's the problem I had with it. You don't know when they're recycling stuff from years ago. Whether it's a new event or whatever. That's because they never tell you the dates and times and location all the time. They're not standard, you know.
No, on the
Nope. It's all the same night.
All the same night, and it's from
Yeah.
it's all from Hawaii. Okay.
Yes, from Oahu, Kaneohe, all the people. It's our state, so we have a lot of connections, multiple sources.
Yeah.
Are you saying that's definitely aliens?
I never said it was aliens.
No, he does the cop-out. He does the Cosmic Con shuffle.
If
He
you
does
take,
say, oh, well,
Correct.
Can you tell me what it is, Stephen? We're
I'll
just
tell you
presenting
what,
a
I'll
video.
show
Maybe
you
anything. It's
all
lights in the
come out
sky.
alike, but it's
Lights in
a
the
different.
sky.
I mean,
I'll show you what it's all.
I have some drones that look pretty cool.
Jeremy, show
Well, they're all
this on
talking at the same
European
time.
Space Agency, that video I just posted in the private chat. Show that. Looks an awful lot like that. Different height. But
So you're arguing against
That's interesting.
It's a lot of debris. It's far too close together. Why would something fly that close together? I don't know.
GUFON said it wasn't debris.
To me, it just looks like debris breaking up. And,
I don't know what it is.
So there was a Russian satellite that deorbited.
Doesn't look like that.
Recently.
Good.
Yeah,
That's fine.
just hold on. Wait till it. Wait.
Oh, there we go.
That's not our video. This is space debris.
I didn't say it was your video, but hold on a minute. You'll see.
Now it's the software center there with the different.
We're just using this for comparison.
Right, yeah.
It's a great comparison. 100%. Good job on the comparison. Great job.
There's on a few bits, so.
UFOlogy, I call it aerospace intelligence.
And you wanted to see something that looked like. Now it's starting to really.
Notice how they started with the guy footage they stole, and suddenly Blake managed to move away from that and focus back on the debris one again. And this could bait and switch, right?
Look like it, but you can see that's much more in focus and it's much closer. What you'd filmed it.
Yeah, and your video is much further away.
Yeah, exactly. His video's further away. It's filmed on his cell phone.
It's not further away.
Well,
and it doesn't look anything like this. You have to admit it.
Looks very similar to me. If you take the zoom and the clarity, this one has zoom and clarity.
Yeah, that thing looks
garbage video.
It breaks up
because
you can't stand it.
Looks like even Google can't translate it now.
You got 4 different angles of this thing. It seems like the lights
when you find out it was a Russian satellite, it's gonna drive you nuts, right?
Aliens must love this, you reckon?
That's a big story to you guys.
So right.
That was what's funny is that's the first one I found.
I think we're enjoying it too. It's just a laugh, isn't it?
These lights are very sporadic. They're not consistent like what we're looking at over in Hawaii. Not even close.
Oh, dude, you gotta understand this thing. It takes a long period of time. We're just looking at a few seconds of it. If you keep looking and looking, it
there's
changes.
4 different angles. Some last longer than others. We'll take what we could get. You're killing the messenger.
See, Blake's always so cool, right? Once you're a hoaxer, you're able to, talk the gab, I reckon.
What's wrong here?
Well, what is it then? What are you showing us? What is it? What do you think it is? I want to hear your.
No, he won't say what it is.
He won't.
Yeah, I mean, they're interesting lights in the sky, worthy of further study, right?
Just listen to what we say.
It's like we need more.
I don't see the trails on it. It looks very
to,
similar, but I don't see like the trails on.
No, and that's because
I agree.
It has not. It's not been up long enough. You have to keep looking. It depends on where it's coming back into the earth at also, man. There's tons of these videos, bro. I've seen that same type of video before.
They don't look anything alike, Solar. I'm sorry.
Do you remember the one where they had filmed it and then it was squid at that one?
All that over debris, right? Let's get
I can't even believe they even showed that damn. I'm sorry, that thing is just not working.
What's on the screen there?
The video you showed last night's much better, but it's way too much.
And they talked about
thousands of them.
Talked about the pile of footage now. So anyway, I did post the link, didn't I? I forgot now. Did I post it already? Yeah, TR3 debate. So you notice he deflected from that one. They're talking about all these other ones now. Go and watch it all. It's hilarious. If you can put up with the music. Yeah, I wanted to go back to that GUFON one where he was talking about Skinwalker rights, because that's what our main topic was for today. And then to look at other stuff. Where was the video going though? What recently closed, don't we? Really? I suppose I could get it off the side chat. Oh, here we go. What was it called now? GUFON Defends, wasn't it? Is that the one? Yeah, let's see. Oh no, that was Steve Cambian's one, wasn't it? Damn. Let me just see if I can find it on the side again. Might be quicker. I don't see if I posted it or not. Maybe I didn't post it on the side. GUFON. No, I didn't post that one. That only Steve's one. Okay. Let's have a look again. Shame I closed it with it. I forgot. What was it called though? No, that one. Skinwalker Analysis, that's the one. Okay, I just want to see how similar to what I was saying about the iridium satellites. So yes.
I get permission in Mexico. I thought my armrest was down, and I went to put my arm in. I went like that.
He's an idiot, really, isn't he?
Yeah, man. This is interesting because one of those ley lines just happens to go right by Skinwalker Ranch. And I don't know if you watched Skinwalker Ranch episode 3, which wasn't bad. It was
yeah, so I've talked about ley lines in the past, and normally it's basically people that take famous locations and start drawing lines in between and try and find connections. It's not exactly that they've gone out and measured so-called energy lines and mapped it out on the Earth. Most of them, where they're talking about landmarks, so it might be the pyramids, and then they draw a line to the Leaning Tower of Pizza, or to a mound in UK, you know, with the horse on it, or the mound in somewhere in India and USA, where it's an Indian mound of a famous grave site for native Indians. I'm not going to say red; they're not going to say red anymore. But yeah, this is what he's talking about there.
It's a good episode, but episode 4, I don't know. I don't know what they captured. They got some really weird...
So he doesn't know what they capture, but then he comes and sinks the satellites.
Anomalies now. And I don't know how they did it. Now,
so he's contradicting himself all the time. He's kind of... I don't know why he does that. He's going to say, I'm certain these are iridium satellites, and I'll show you why. You know, he's never... like me, where I say, I think I sussed it out. This is my breakdown.
Now, I'm a little upset at them because they're making some simple mistakes at Skinwalker, episode 4. But episode 1, 2, and 4 have been awful.
1,
and
2, and
it's
3
like they can't get it through their heads how to do this the right way. And I don't know why they keep doing the things they're doing over at the Triangle, but they did have some strange, weird thing happen with the laser pointer. And Travis was pointing a green laser pointer, not Travis, somebody else was, pointing a laser pointer. And as he's looking up at it, because they go to the Triangle at Skinwalker, there's a triangled area, right? It's like the land, nothing grows there, everything was cleared out.
I thought it was actually, you know, 2 roads. A road going along the mountain side and 2 roads, one coming back that way and one coming back that way. But, yeah. It could be stuff that grew there too.
Looks like a triangle. And above the triangle, about 5,000 feet, anywhere between 1,500 and 5,000, but this episode they said at 5,000 feet, there's something
2,000.
Like a portal above this.
No, it was 2,000 feet in episode 4. Remember, they were shining the laser, they said 2,000 feet.
Triangle. So they've been trying a lot of stuff, dropping stuff, GPS tracker containers out of helicopters right over the triangle, and then they were flying back and forth in a Cessna with the GPS tracker.
Which is interesting. He actually plays the video on a plate rather than taking snapshots like I did too in a minute.
On it shows that they were 65 miles underground, which doesn't make sense. Is it the calibration that they're not doing correctly on these trackers of?
And as I pointed out in my show, that X-ray radiation can corrupt memory. And then I don't think they're detecting for X-rays. So you do get an X-ray burst. Which could be some government event happening there where they're trying to corrupt their data and gear so they can't collect information on purpose. So there may be still a mystery to Skinwalker Ranch, but a lot of the stuff can be explained away. But certainly it is strange with the equipment failures there. It's a bit like my house.
But all of them, and it's just, there's some strange stuff going on, but this bending of the, like, I think I even have it up here. I could show you a picture of it. I think I have it here. Let's see. I think I put it back. Hold on. No. I'm not going to play it because you can get in a lot of trouble, but I'm going to show you some
Copyright,
stills
yeah.
if I can. So they're pointing a laser pointer up at the sky. And Travis is saying, it looks like it's getting shorter. Now, when they pointed this beam, you know, you can see them moving it back and forth, and it looks to me like it's not getting shorter. It looks like the guy's pointing it away, you know, away from them, and it looks like it's getting shorter. So I'm like, oh, that's bullcrap, dude. What are you, an idiot? You can't figure out that if somebody moves the pointer away, that it's going to look shorter? Well, then you hear him screaming, it's bending. It's bending at the tip. And you can literally see the tip of this laser pointer bending like it's hitting something.
So he's got the video there.
So I don't get a screen that follows. Like, you know, I'm not getting the screen here so I can skim through it and see where I'm going. I have to click on it like this. It's very frustrating. But I can't play it. So apparently there's something up there that's blocking the beam, and the light, actually, you can see it. I saw it on the screen. It bent. I can't see it here. Then Travis started freaking out. And he's like, dude, it just split into two. And then...
Yeah, so I've explained water molecules and crystals can actually bend and deflect the beam. But yeah, I don't think they moved it far away to see if that beam would carry it straight up further, yeah, until it fades. Maybe it's at the maximum length now, 2,000 feet for a 5-watt laser.
Then, sure enough, it looked like the laser pointer, the beam, split into two.
Yeah, I forgot to take a snapshot of that.
And I'm like, wait a minute, that's crazy.
So this is where the beam is meant to be splitting a thing, but you can start to see there's motion blur. So really that's beam's been spread apart here by motion. And that's a camera artifact, you see. But if he's seen it split with his eyes, then that's different. But if he was seeing it through a camera view, I don't know. But yeah, he's talking about that. But let's go on to the satellites. Anyway, the laser is insignificant.
And a good friend of the show. Continuing supporter of GUFON.
You can tell when the thing's been edited too. There's still Google loses the side chat. Instead of just taking out the chunk of video in the side chat to match it, and keeping the rest of the side chat. They just dumped all of it, and that's really annoying.
But I don't know, man. I don't, so what they did after they saw this, they run back to shoot a rocket off into it, and then the thing was splitting. But, you can see movement here. I don't know. When I was watching this, it did seem like it was really weird. It seemed like a weird anomaly. But they shot another rocket up into it. See? Can't really play it. But, yeah, they're trying weird little things. And every time they try to get data, it's convenient how they have all this equipment and it never works. Oh, and then the cows start mooing when they were saying the cows are shit.
Yeah, so if you fire off a Skywalker rocket, it's going to stir up that cattle, surely, And that's why the cows are moving closer to them, because it was scaring them.
What do you call that? They're going to be a source of information. So if the cows start acting up, then maybe something is going on. So they look up after they shine a light, because they're hoping there's no werewolf or skinwalker that's going to kill a cow, right? So they start shining the flashlight into the pen, and then they look up. Everybody look up, and they see this. And I can't play you what they said, but the words that they were saying to me sounded like, well, Travis said there's a black dot in the middle of it, which you can see, which is a very common anomaly sometimes with bright objects at night. Okay, that happens.
If you're looking through a camera, and out of focus, of course. But it wasn't clear whether Travis was seeing the black dot with his eyes.
But this, they say there's no blinking lights, right? There's a black dot in the center. It's moving towards the east, and then it starts to dim and go out. Oh, really? Really? Doesn't that sound like an iridium flare satellite? That's what it is.
No. Also, we looked at a comparison video, and you could see it was sort of like blinking and gradually fading quite quickly. And this sort of drifted across the sky. Didn't seem to match it. It was also stretched. It wasn't actually a perfect circle. So I think that he's ignoring that those telescope guys there are meant to be experts on this sort of stuff, sky watchers. At stars and satellites, they should know that it was a satellite passing by. This actually looks like it could be in the atmosphere at 2,000 feet, rather than higher up. But it's hard to know, because I wasn't there. And of course, the way they edit things on the TV show.
Because they did this experiment within 2 to 2.5 hours after sunset. So of course, you're going to see iridium flare satellites. It's inevitable. They happen every night.
Which is what I talked about today, about that stuff after I did the last episode.
An hour, 2.5 hours, up to 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours after sunset, or the same time before sunrise.
Yeah, so, it's around that period where it's low on the horizon for the sun is when it's going to light up things. And of course, if they're in the right place, and the bend, the angles, and all that, right? So, yeah, he talks about the portal next, doesn't he?
Syndrome. We talked about it on the show before.
Oh, okay, he's talking about, what is that, exploding head syndrome, where you don't sleep enough and you start hearing bang noises randomly, and it's actually in your head. Okay.
Many times. And I won't tell you what it is, but I'm going to show you. So they're going through. Oh, I don't know. Oh, there it is. That's the thing with the black dot he said was in the middle of it. Yeah. Hold on. This is the guy I'm talking about who said he went to go look at the cameras and saw a flash just appear out of nowhere. Right? Yeah, it's over here. I went a little too far. Oh, there he is, coming in off the helicopter. Sieg Fugel. There's the flash. Right there. But yet here's another one that they never talked about. This is from an iridium flare satellite. Now let me tell you how I know. Because I've captured the same stuff. And the weird thing is about this, when I captured it, I was like, they're really hard to find. And by chance, I just happened to catch one of these flashes. So I moved my camera over to that area, and I see another flash. And I'm looking, and I'm focusing better, and I noticed that it looks like there's an object or something. Then it flashed again. Then again. And then the next thing I know, it turned on. And it stayed on. I don't know how. But I think what's happening is the iridium flare satellites, some of them spin. And I think what's happening when it's spinning, it's catching the sun a certain way and reflecting down towards Earth.
I don't think so. I think you could clearly see it looked like a firing of a rocket. But it is a iridium satellite, I think. Because of the 1.6 gigahertz signal they got at the same time. Anyway, not going to play any more of that. Made my comment and review on all the segments we used under fair use. And UFO Stalker doesn't look like it's still working, because I keep that one always open to see if it finally updates. Still nothing there, right? One day, GUFON might fix it. Hey, third phase. And we got 2 videos since last time. Okay, so let's go to this one.
Let's just go down the rabbit hole here for a second. Let's just assume this is some sort of adversarial or foreign technology.
Doing it live from evidence as it comes in, due to the fact of its liquid nature, of how much there is out there and how we receive it on a daily basis. So, guys, I'm just wanting to get your opinions as we roll this tonight with the evidence. If you like this show, if you like live premiering or more edited and dynamic the way we've been doing it all these years, or should we do it like this, engage the public in real time and maybe get their opinions? Because later tonight, I'm going to be dropping an invite button. So if you want to join us on this live stream, which we've really never done before on Third Phase of Moon, and have an opinion on some of the evidence we're going to be showing you tonight, we sure would like you to join us. So that being said, let's roll the first clip that has...
And everybody should vote. They should have that Cambian debate aired on his show for questioning. Because you notice they never put the drama on their own channel, because they know that it loses subs and money. And that's why they use GUFON.
It's come to our attention, guys. Take a look at this.
I'll just make it bigger. And if you like the show so far, do a thumbs up. This is what Blake says all the time.
So this is something we wanted to bring to your attention, guys. It's been making the rounds on the internet, and people said, hey, guys, we want to get your opinion on what is exactly captured in this drone footage. And as we're looking at it closer, it does reveal itself in broad daylight with these protruding, what I say, it almost looks like turbine engines that you'd see on a jet airliner. But you have not just two, but approximately 6 of them. 3 jet engines is what it appears to me. But then this came to our attention from doing some research that there's these unmanned aircraft systems with some tandem of tilt arranged wings to support its flight pattern. Is this what we're looking at, guys? Again, we're going to get a close-up of this new experimental aircraft and then compare it to this drone footage and other scope.
Must admit it quite looks authentic at the moment. But if someone wrote up this and then made a CGI model, they could easily make the video to support the document. But we know we have started to see stuff of flying planes with multiple propellers, vertical liftoff. It could possibly be another prototype that someone filmed from their drone by pure chance. So this might actually be legit, unless we can find errors.
Schematics. Could this be something man-made? In my opinion, the video that we just saw certainly looks that it could be one of ours. Something maybe along these lines. But again, is it in fact what we're looking at in this drone footage? It is very gnarly looking, Flubber Lane. Here's a still photograph.
Doesn't quite match the drawing though. Looks like it's got two little jet engines down there too. And it looks like jet engines rather fellas. The other diagram is not an exact match. But it doesn't mean it's not an experimental taxi thing. Like a bus. Airborne bus.
Graph that we're looking at.
Why is it such a crappy video from the
here's
drone,
the video. Once again, broad daylight. The drone's up there. We're trying to allocate the exact location, see if we could track down air traffic within the area if it was captured in data. But as we're looking at this,
okay, you don't need to be on air traffic data if you're under 1,000 feet though. So that could be a couple hundred feet above. No, we're not too sure how high up it is. But yeah, planes generally don't fly low down. As long as you keep in contact with the tower radar, you don't have to have call sign on or anything like that, you see. If it's under 1,000 feet. Because blimps do fly around. And don't show up on all the tracking software always.
As it comes into frame, it is quite large.
It's pretty crappy video though, isn't it?
And it's not any kind of conventional drone that I'm aware of, no doubt about it.
And there's a shadow up here.
Paper Crane wishes, good to see you. I'm glad you're awake. Third phase of moon, appreciate it.
If it's here and the shadow's way over here, that means the sun's got to be low down in the horizon, isn't it? It's got to be like the start of the day or the end of the day. So that means we should better see long shadows and aspects of the video to make sure it's legit.
You know, we're trying to be number one. I think we're number one on bringing you the evidence.
So there should be long shadows. Are we seeing that here? On the ground. If the sun's low, then the shadow's going to be long.
As fast as possible and creating a dialogue in regards to this phenomenon.
Okay, where's the shadows? See, it looks like only a short shadow here. Doesn't look very long.
phenomenon. Guys, what are we looking at?
What are we looking at?
Is this some kind of...
So where's all the shadows? And the ground. So most shit drone footage I've seen. It's even got lines going up. Look how bad that is.
The Wise says? Very bizarre, and I'm so glad that it was captured even for a few seconds in time. This is an excellent frame of the video itself. And we can't tell you what it is. We're not saying it's extraterrestrial in nature, but I'm saying that I can't tell you.
There's a shadow there. Yeah, so...
Crane wishes, good to see you. I'm glad you're awake. Third phase of moon, appreciate it. You know, even for a few seconds in time, this is an excellent frame of the...
Yeah, you're just talking garbage, Blake. So let's see if we can catch the shadow. Still not in view. So where would the sun angle be? It has to be really low, because that side's dark. It's a shadow now, so it's got to be, the sun's got to be low and up here. Here it is here, coming in now, as it's going off frame here. So the sun's got to be up here, shining low down to there. And the distance between, can we probably suss out how high up it is? So you've got no information about how high the drone is. The drone information would be very handy to analyze this video. So we have to see if we hear any more about this one. It is interesting, but do the shadows really match up? Is it just CGI? So why can't we see long shadows on the mountain here? And where's the high mast traffic lights? You know, they'd be casting long shadows, surely. There it is there. Does it look the same? Doesn't quite look the same, the shadow even, does it? It kind of looks like more the drawing now. And now that looks the same. So it must be the rock has bent there. But looking at the terrain, I don't know, that looks like a high peak here. Why isn't that not casting a long shadow over this rock here? So could it be just clever CGI? It's pretty blurry. OTWUAS is a vertical takeoff landing unmanned aircraft system. So that means autonomous, flies itself with the tandem of tilt ranged wings, support by 4 propellers. Are we seeing that though? Doesn't quite look the same on that angle there. Ultimate flight mode, helicopter mode. So it could be just a drone as well, couldn't it? It might not even be man-made. Made for man to travel in. It may be just a large, 2-man sized drone that someone's flying around. So why is the other drone capturing it? Maybe the other person knows it's coming. So yeah, it could be just an RC model. Are we going to see any more of that page? It'd be good to have the link to that page. And it's probably not here. But we know they've put up stuff like this in the past where they've actually made the CGI themselves. You might remember the plane one with the double wings or triple wings, right? And that's just like a artifact in the editing where they can sort of stretch it like long exposure. Where's the more out there? So what have we got? Nothing. Just promotion. And he's still yabbering on about it. Now, I'm not seeing that. It's a lot longer, isn't it? It has a bit more on, and then it has 2 engines. These wings look too long. So the wings are short in this one. So I'm sort of leaning towards it being fabricated. Or could be an RC toy where they got little rocket engines like that. Jet engines that could easily be RC toy. Shadows are not sort of working for me in this for the background. But anyway, certainly interesting. I'm not sure if we can find any information out on it ourselves. 6 jet engines, maybe they got the wrong one. Engines, because they could rotate and lift up that thing quite easily. Okay, so that's very similar. 6 engine airliner helicopter. Yeah, I can only see 4 in that one. So maybe they got the wrong model. There we go. Does it look like that? Tail fin engines. Still looks like these ones are too long to be that particular model. Could be a variation, of course. It's close. But that one they've got at the moment is not the correct one, is it? It's more closely to that one. So, yeah. Is it a prototype? Could be. Hex plane, they call it. I think we're going to start to see more of this in the sky. Look at this one here. You can definitely see that they've played around with that idea before with rotating wings on bombers. Vertical lift up bomber, and then it rotates the wing around and starts going forwards. How much fuel would that take? Propellers? Would they be worse than jet engines? But obviously that's a real thing, because I've got another angle of it here. Whether it sort of worked and it was never used, because it was too dangerous. Anyway, move on. It is interesting. I'm not sure where they got the footage from, though.
I'm not seeing that effect. I don't think it is a shutter speed anomaly. I think what we're looking at is something very experimental. Guys,
probably another RC version, probably. Okay, what we got next?
Again, we see some kind of almost a feather appendage coming off the fuselage, but I'm not exactly sure what it could be. Listen.
Okay, this one definitely looks like a distant plane on Spud Cam. Where you're not seeing the wings or tail.
And watch.
It's not doing an optical zoom, but they're doing a digital zoom there. It looks like a Learjet to me, that one. Because we're not getting any ground reference with what angle it's flying at there. Kind of looks like a normal Learjet plane to me. Looks like it's got a constant line.
So some people might say, obviously, that this just could be an airplane, and since the airplane's such a distance from the camera, you're not really picking up the wings. Maybe it's at a certain angle, but in my opinion, the video is pretty clear, and we're not seeing any kind of nav lights, anti-collision lights on this. And I'm not seeing any wing, but I do see at certain points, as we're going to add some brightness contrast and get a close.
Would you see? I don't see nav lights on planes that are far away from me here in daytime. So I wouldn't expect to see them on film.
So look, I was doing some work on it, so we.
Maybe I did the contrail ones, and I didn't mix and zoom on my sky watching series. And you can see the jet engines, you can see the wings, the tail fin, but you can't see any of the blinking lights, right? So he's wrong there.
We could get.
And that was broad
a little
daytime.
Closer. That's what we do here. We.
No, you don't. You bullshit and lie. We displayed all that.
Analyze the video evidence.
It doesn't look like a tic-tac shape, does it? You
see?
See, it's got a dark bit here where, if you look in the middle there, it looks like where the wing is. And it looks like it might have engines on the tail section there, and the tail, we're not seeing all of it there, but it looks like it's going upwards at the end. I still think it's a Learjet. And their wings are pretty low on the bodywork and angle backwards. A white Learjet. And you wouldn't see the lights on it.
A little feather effect coming off the
Cooper and frame.
This fuselage. Is it an airplane? I'm not seeing any kind of. Again, it's feathery, but no nav lights. Brent, what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's interesting. We get these videos all the time. They look real similar to what we're looking at here. Again, I could almost see, like you're saying, the appendages on the side of the fuselage, which maybe I'm leaning toward this being a commercial airliner, and the camera's just a little blurred out, so we're not getting a full scope on it. And being at 30,000 feet, sometimes you don't see the wings as pronounced as you think you might. So
all the lights in daytime. But anyway, moving on. So, but they're gonna say, yeah, it could be a UFO. You know,
could this be maybe a military drone hanging up there with some kind of new feather appendage that we kind of saw in the movie Dune?
Yeah, I want to ask a question, Blake. Was this out of the UAP office? Is that where this got released?
Anyway, just keep on going. We can only listen to the dribble for so long. I mean,
reaction. This thing's massive. Brett, what's your thoughts?
Okay, we've got a Bigfoot video. Is it? there, is it? Massive. Okay, how's that being filmed? For me, just stepping on that frame there, it looks like a human head with black hair. Kind of looks like Tyler Clotner, actually. And so on, and don't know if it's a ghillie suit or not, a hunter. But it looks like, almost like those suits they wear for army. With bulletproof. That's what it looks like. It's probably the next shooter for the school. Anyway, let's see what they're going to say about it.
Yeah, for sure. This thing's huge, Blake. It's
looks like they're zooming in from a distance there, doesn't it? So, hunter up the tree. In some sort of hunting suit. Probably puffed up because it's damn cold. You get the wind chill going
stacking
across.
up. I would measure this thing to probably be about 7 to 9 feet tall, whatever.
How can you measure that, though? Unless you go and measure the tree and actually measure the distance between the branches.
Again, you did say and mention that I really don't see any movement itself, too. This thing,
oh, there it is down there. You'd have to go there and measure the distance between the branches.
It's not swaying or bobbing its head. It seems kind of like still. Could somebody drag up something this large into a tree and prop it up just to kind of catch people's eye and maybe pull a fast one on people, or just kind of more of an attraction? Again, this one's weird. I like.
Does look like sewing up a tree, though, doesn't it? It hasn't got the right conical head to be a Bigfoot.
Again, the girl's reaction when she saw this, it's authentic. What is this, guys? I want to get some opinions in the
of course, we can't hear the authentic audio because you drips are talking over
comment section right there. Travis Troll says Grizzly Adams. That's a good one. That's pretty funny. But pareidolia, that's a possibility. Again, this looks more pronounced. It seems like it's not just hanging there, that it says bushes or a tree to making this, but
no, I think we can see there's definitely a person there. You know what it could be too is one of those blow up character balloons that's puffed up here. And they use skin tones and stuff. It could be one of those crazy balloons, like the Stormtrooper, but what would it be? Super villain? And it may have just got stuck in the tree, you know. Someone accidentally tripped over, lost it, flew in the air current, eventually ends up stuck in the tree branches, creating Bigfoot videos. So yeah. I suppose we could analyze it, but I'm not sure if it's really worth it. Could it be a tree branch? I don't see how it can be, because look, it doesn't look like a clump of leaves. It looks definitely something different there. It definitely looks like a person standing looking at the drone that's filming them or whatever.
But again, what is this? Cobra says a shadow from a boulder. Interesting.
Don't know. Does look like it's got hair to me. It looks like it's got eyes and a neck turning around, right? Definitely looks like arms hanging onto the branch there. That one there is not so pronounced though. What do you think on that blur photo? Another crazy crappy photograph.
Yeah, I'm digging it because some people are actually saying it could be a photo and it's not even moving. So again, we're just sharing the evidence. And
let's see. Is there any character balloons like that though? Character, human character balloon. What would that be from a movie though? What kind of crazy movie would it be from? Might have to put helium in. Also, I got caps on there. Does any of these even remotely look like that? Not really. Spider-Man, nope. Mario, nope. It's got silly hair on it. Could it be Hulk? Where's the image going? Could it be the Hulk balloon? Where he blows up. Hulk character. Or some Halloween man in a straitjacket, because that kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Halloween celebration. Let's see. Straitjacket. You never know. Depends if it's in Google's database or not. It hasn't given us anything. Let's see, what was the other thing I said? Hulk. Batman. This sort of getting closer to it, isn't it? But that's no match. What's that one? Well, it could be something really similar, couldn't it? So, yeah, I'm not sure. It's close. Blur it. Have it in the tree looking at people. So I may have put it up there as a prank. Bigfoot hunters. But anyway, just throwing an idea out there anyway. What we got? Jasper, remember the Mars entrance picture? This is how this back structure looks. Yeah, I just think oh look, the thing's working again. The guy must have rebooted his server. It's working again now. Well, it dislikes Jasper. But it wouldn't highlight those other comments we had, which is a bit of a shame. Just a boulder. I don't know, because it does look like it's up the tree there. It looks like the ground's here. Yeah, I suppose it could be a boulder. Let's have a look at it again. Because there is one similar over here. It looks like a man standing. Look. Looks like another Bigfoot. See? Big legs. It's got his arm up in the air and the head. Is that another boulder, or is it optical illusion, or is it a man standing there, or a Bigfoot standing there? See, that's a good comparison, actually, isn't it? So it kind of looks like a Bigfoot that's out of focus, but again, it's shadow play on the rock. Is that what we're seeing here? That's a really good point. Could be a big rock behind. Multiple rocks. And we're getting shadows from the tree branch, is it? Yeah, it could be a made up image, you're correct as well. Now that you bring it up and re-look at it again without the gabble. Yes, it could be rocks and tree shadows and other shadows. Pretty cool though. This is where you need a video, and as the person walks along, keep filming on that Bigfoot and see if it deforms and stuff. But anyway, just keep on going.
Something. In my opinion, we're just sharing some authentic video of something that we can't explain at this moment. Guys, this is pretty cool, this live business of presenting.
Okay, we'll just move on.
Live.
Well, he's still going on about it. Okay. Now back onto that one. Okay, so we can move on to the last video and wrap up for today. Sorry if it's been a long time, but you guys just love it. The ones that stick with me anyway. So you're sort of getting a whole week's worth, you know, because I can only do 1 or 2 a week because of my health and other problems I have to deal with, like equipment failure. And of course I'm doing research in betweens as well. So when I do a big episode, I could quite easily cut this up into 10-minute episodes for those with short attention spans. But that would take probably just more time to edit this video into a 10-minute video with all the summaries. Would take probably 8 hours. But anyway, what's this last one? So right, if you've got a team of people, if I was earning big donations like security and lots of views, then I could hire people to do that.
Rabbit hole here for a second. Let's just assume this is some sort of adversarial or foreign technology.
Real time. It's a liquid situation. So some people are saying put the camera on. Let's put the camera on. So let's do it. Hey guys, welcome to Third Phase of Moon. It's really good to be here. We're here in Hawaii, and again, we're receiving information coming in from around the world in real time.
Do those brothers live together all the time? I've never seen him with a female. I mean, his brother has been with a female because he's got a son. They got a big place there. Fancy chairs. They must be rolling in the money.
It's interesting to do this broadcasting in this kind of format. Again, we're kind of new to this kind of live format. Usually we take the evidence and we do a lot of work editing and enhancing.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to live streaming and not get called out
in the videos. And now what we're doing tonight is presenting evidence that we've done some enhancements. The public has done some enhancements as well. So guys, let's just start off the show and get to what's breaking tonight. The news about the UAP, something big dropped, and there was a lot of hype in regards to the
you
video.
can definitely tell it's not
live,
not been scripted.
In the UFO
so
community,
much.
We were kind of wondering, why are they holding on to this evidence, and what's the purpose?
He just blabs on, doesn't he? Okay, let's just move. So we looked at all this earlier.
Longbow 281, taxi.
And it's quite funny, he's got the same video that someone stabilized, and he says, yeah, there's birds. I might have to turn them down a bit, they got the volume up in this one.
Right now. Again, we're going to be inviting the public tonight with some invitation links that you can join us on this live.
So they're going to say the same stuff I did.
Out there are actually doing a lot of good work, and this came in from a.
So you notice that they started putting up debunks now to try and get some credibility.
Person over there, his name is Dave Betty. He did the enhancement. Let's watch this again. Let's just.
No, he did the stabilization.
Play this again. I like that people are doing this work here. And again,
yeah, unlike you.
He stabilized the video, and basically what we're seeing here is not extraordinary, in my opinion. To me, again, these government videos amount to basically nothing. The public has much better. You could clearly see flapping of wings. I can't tell you what type of bird it is, but I'm not trying to...
And yet, when they show fake stuff of birds or bats flying across the moon, you can see flapping wings. They don't admit it then. So, yeah. This is what you call damage control, I suppose, to try and get credibility back.
Debunk this. But again, I think we just did. Again, here's the video once.
Oh, lose subs for debunking. So they got anything else? Alright, they got something with an alien in it, so let's have a look. What's it say? Unbelievable footage appeared in a few weeks ago, showing what appears to be a grey alien making a late night visit. She said that often finds strange photos like this she doesn't remember taking. Yeah. What's that location? Italy. A lot of fakes come out of Italy over the years. I wonder if Scott's got anything on this one. Did we check his today just to make sure he hasn't debunked that one? He's Italian, so he would know if he's heard stuff about that one. Maybe it's a wee bit too soon. Another high mass light. Okay, high waist light. No, he hasn't had anything new from what I'm seeing there. Bugger. Would have been good. So let's have a look.
Making the rounds right now. Guys, let's just take a look at this.
Okay, so what are we looking at here, Jasper? Uh, 08/5/22. Why is it glowing? Does it look like anything you can buy online? It could be legit, but it looks like more like a reflection, the way it's all blurred. Often, though, that aliens know that you've got video going, and they will EMF it. You know, they'll do the X-ray thing, shoot the memory, corrupt it, and that's it. You know. So I'm highly suspect that they've caught aliens on film. Unless they're far away and you telephoto in, then they might not be aware of the camera. Especially if it's at night time. But in a bedroom? Why does the eyes look more non-distorted than the rest of it? The head does look bigger. It goes off into the distance there. starting to look like that Kmart doll going. Alien. What would we look for? Toy. Grey. See what comes up. If we can get a match, with the pose and everything, and then we can sort of debunk it. And straight away we're starting to get the same poses, don't we? V shape, standing. So it does kind of look like this one here, doesn't it? Yeah, 51 in stock. Doesn't look like that one. The eyes are not right. It's not that one. It's not a baby. That's the eyes not right. The height's not right. The eyes not right. That one, I don't think the eyes are right. Let's have a look. Can we see the big hands on it? Almost looks like it's a toy, because look, it looks like it's got black lines right in here where you normally got the action figure legs that can rotate around, right? On some pivots. Just looks like almond-shaped eyes there, doesn't it? It's looking very similar. I see it's got no hips, and it's got some black lines running either side. We're on a front view. We ain't got a front view, have we? Apart from that one. Doesn't look very happy. Let's see. Does it look happy in this one? There's obviously some motion blur there. Yeah, I think maybe they're distorting the rest of it, because the head in a lot of these models look the best, and the rest of it looks like it's hastily done, right? Don't think it's that one. That one at the beginning here. There's no match either. And that one looks like the same model, doesn't it? I don't know, that one. So it has to be the same model. And that one's blurred out. It's got the same pose, you see. Is that arm sort of bent upwards towards the mouth there? Does it look like it's bent? It is, isn't it? So it looks like the hand there is bent upwards. Now, can these models actually move the arms? And the hand size would be the right size too in the model. I suppose you could cut it, modify it, and bend it upwards as well. I don't know, it's really close. Let's keep on looking. Here's another one. Got a suit on. No match. What's that one? Looks very similar to that one. Can we see the lines in the hips? We can't we? We see those lines going up. Lines going up there. We might have to do a side by side, I guess. And I'm not sure if the arms can be bent upwards, but you could bend it and put it up near where its mouth is. Seems to have the same angle. Now let's just save that one. If it will let us. And we'll do it side by side. One Life Man, how's it going? Haven't seen you around for a while. And the one I saw, which I can't say for real if it happened or not, because it's never happened again, it had almost like a livable skin on it. It was like blue-grey, and it was had almost like bio, what do you call it, luminance in the skin. But it may have been part of the suit. The suit where they can turn it on like a torch, you know, and not have to carry a torch around, and the suit actually emits the light. So, but again, I only saw it for a few seconds, and this looks too unlifelike, and the eyes were amazing. That's all I can say is when I looked. Really black, glistened, and the head glowed with this luminance. And then I was knocked out. Yeah, it's the sort of thing a debunker myself wasn't expecting to ever happen in 2020, February. But yeah, I still can't wrap my head around it today. Other things have come into light that sort of backs up that it maybe actually happened, with the lump on my back that kept oozing. But anyway, maybe I'll recap it all one day. So I'm not too sure why they like this UFO channel to come and mess around with me, but something certainly did. Can we save it? Where's the thing gone? Okay, we just want to grab that. So you can see how I operate compared to third phase, right? I don't just stare at it and say, could it be this, could it be that, could it be this? I actually then try and solve it and do a side-by-side comparison. And they're not searching what's available to buy online models and see if it's got the same pose, looks like it's... So if they're a UFO fan, they've probably got models of stuff like this, you know? So... yeah. More work. Get on with it, Paul. Okay. So, let's start with that one. Oh, I must be coming up to 4 hours again, am I? Another long one. I'll get more people posting comments. Who watches 4-hour live streams? Well, some people do if they're really interested in it. Okay, just drag that one down. Add layer. Okay. Fortunately, we got a background on it. Oop, I was meant to hold down the shift key while doing that. That keeps the proportion then. There you go. Looks like it might be a wee bit bigger still. Yeah, so we've got to try and get rid of some of that background. Magic marker. See if that works without deleting anything. I think it deleted something. You can see bits missing. Magic marker. Turn it back a wee bit. Still not perfect. I don't think it's doing anything with the marker. Oh, there we go. Now it is. Okay, let's start with just half of it. And try that. I think that might be better. Okay. Let's make it big now. Push. Go bing. Bing, 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 bing. There we can see the other one coming through. We got a side by side now, you see. Hey look, the glow of the eyes. It's almost a perfect match. Okay. I want to magic marker again, do the other side. You learn a lot from me, don't you? Guys? Is that how you do that? The same. And now I've got a line there though, but it's not the perfect way of doing it. And this is how you make your fakes in Photoshop. Why is that not working in between the legs? I suppose we don't really need to worry about that. Okay, so deselect. I got a chunk of his head missing there. Let's see. Move it around. Hey, I think we lost some of his arm there, did we? I think we did, but you can see the angles matching up. Why did I lose so much of his arm? What was it on the original image? I closed it down. Dummy! Let's go back. Why did I lose? Yeah, I didn't think I lost any. Okay. Let's redo that. Is that done? It's because the arm's got a lot of lighting on it. Is that working better? Not enough. That's looking better. I have to do it in stages. Okay, that's probably good enough. Okay. Deselect again. Move. Scale it up a bit, I think. Sort of matching. How much out are we? The question is, can those arms be bent? And looks like it's rotated a wee bit. as well in the Z plane. So it looks like it's bent that direction, which would change the angles a wee bit. And now the arms match up. See that? The arms match up now, but the head's not quite right now. The body is turned and the head straight on. What do you reckon? I reckon it's the same thing. The chest coming apart here. And the lines and the hip. I still might not have it perfectly to scale. Something slightly different in the pose. The angle. I think it's that thing. Something you can buy online. I haven't got the page now. Let's get it back to normal. The eye things. See, the head's still bent there. Let's get back to, there we go, straight on. The eyes, the head's bent this way slightly. And the body's bent around that way slightly. So we'd have to cover it up. But side by side, man, come on. Looks like they got it leaning forward, and that's tapering off, isn't it? Fun for you. You like watching this analysis. Amazing. I want to catch one. See the whole part and alien skeleton jumpsuit. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's a standard model, plastic model. But anyway, I could be wrong. But to me, that's sort of fitting a few markers. The black lines down here. The eyes especially seem to match in the head size. And the angle of the arms. But I'm not sure if you can bend it or not.
You know, I'd be pretty freaked out too if, you know, you find these images within your camera while you're sleeping. I would think if somebody's doing a major prank on me, but this one's kind of interesting to me because I like the whites in the eyes there.
Notice this motion blur going this way. Looks to me like someone's taken a picture of a static rendering with a camera.
Where it seems that if this...
I should have kept that page open. Alien grey rendering. Well, alien grey. We'll just try toy still. Images. Yeah, we've got the kid thing. So what are we looking on this one here? Kind of looks kiddish. Kitty. That one's a good rendering. I don't think it's a match though. Right, this one. Let's have a look. The shape of the head don't feel right there.
If you find these images within your.
So where's the rest of the image? The toy one for this one might be wrong. We might have to look at patents or something. Not that one. I don't think it's the same toy. It could be. Could be the same toy. Just angled closer and just blur it. Motion blur. Yeah, it could be.
So again, we're not debunkers here. We want to share.
No, that's fairly obvious. Is that the same one? Okay, so it's 3D model. Can you move the arms on it? That's what I want to know. Or is it all fixed? Okay, I've got a side view of it now. That's interesting, isn't it? Have they moved the arm positions at all? You can get different colours of it too. Green and grey. It doesn't say if you can move the arms. That one hasn't got black eyes. I don't like they 3D printed models that you can print, is it? And we certainly didn't see that pattern and red eyes. So I don't know if it's definitely the one at the beginning here though. Technically if the arm was broken there, you could actually tape it upwards. So yeah, I wouldn't. That may be a broken toy. Almost looks like it's got a join thing there though. But it's not painted eyes. So it looks like something you could print out on the 3D printer. So does that mean you could modify the model so the arm is bent upwards before you print it? Sure could. So yeah, I think we've got it busted here. We're not debunkers. Look at the smirk. We're not the buggers. Shifty eyes. Okay.
For the evidence, but I'm doing some enhancements here, and when I was looking at it a little closer here, you can see right there it's pretty pronounced. Let me just bring up that enhancement again. Do you see all that around?
Yeah, look, you got the square cut off here, and then it's darker. Could it be in a glass tube? That would certainly make it a bit blurry, wouldn't it? A little statue in a glass container.
It seems that it's almost enhanced. There's enhancement. There's a manipulation. This isn't natural.
Yeah, that's right. That's another thing I didn't say. Is that side of it there, they could have cut it off in Photoshop before and added some blur to it, and then print it off on a laser printer, color laser printer, and then take a photograph of it. So yeah, it kind of does look like it's been photoshopped there, doesn't it? I sort of airbrushed it. But I think it's that toy, and they're taking a picture, and then they modified it, and then they're taking a photograph of it. So he's on the right track. Just not as good as I am at
the pixels
pinning it.
seem that they don't match up, unfortunately, here. So, guys, I think we're on to some possible hoax, in my opinion.
There you go.
This seems to be.
But I think I've
manipulated
proven it better.
photograph.
It
And
is.
again, we're just looking at all the footage, and we want to make sure we.
Actually, that'd be good to add to the thumbnail, that one,
the
wouldn't it?
evidence. But I really want to thank
Like that.
again, man, you're killing it, Rage 3150. How long will it take for people to believe in aliens? So much proof is out there. It's true. It is
Okay,
very
we'll save
true,
it over
and
to
I
that
agree.
one.
But we do have to get the solid evidence, and so far we don't have one in captivity. And I'm not saying
Did it say it?
capture it and take away its freedoms by any means. I'm just saying, man, it'd be great if they just show themselves, or if they have open communication, and we could really get some good video
it
of
saved
them.
it.
If you're listening, come visit us right here at Third Phase of Moon.
I'll
We
add
got
it to
some
the
pretty good
thumbnail
high-end
in the middle.
equipment, and we could film everything. And trust me, it wouldn't be any blurry footage. You would know that it is real. So we're giving the invitation out there, guys, because wouldn't that be great?
Looks like we're at the end of
Third
the.
Phase Moon could actually do an interview with these guys. Wow, let's keep moving on into this.
Indeed.
Do you think this is
'Cause I gotta
legit,
get going.
this story coming out? I'm curious to hear what you guys think.
I need to go toilet.
Again, I'm gonna bring you guys in just a bit after we get
Been here, what? Must be way over 4 hours. 4 hours and a half or something.
to our next video. When we do the invitation, we want you
Let's just keep on going. He's just blabbing.
to the chat.
Alright.
Again, if you guys want to chime in on these 3 videos that we just went over, by all means.
Infrared
come in.
security camera.
There it is.
We're looking at a spider again, are we?
So when we watch these kind of
Here we
videos,
go.
again, I'm looking for real, authentic evidence.
That looks
And I
like
think
a
what we're
bug
looking at
flying around in
is
front of the camera.
indeed not manipulated, and I see no reason why these guys are out there trying to fake anything.
But it could
And
be on a
the
bit of a
email that I
string.
just got here is coming from somebody. I have no idea who
Is
they
that
are.
a little
but, you know,
fly
we
bug?
say if you have anything extraordinary, our email is in the description, and it's amazing on how much information we get from the public. And you know, I like the story behind it, because again, the grandmother's out there wanting to make communication, and we know
There's something on the
everything about
edge here.
that.
Here
Just
it comes.
recently, we're in Arizona with Dr. Greer and his CE5
There's a
expedition.
bug on the
Let me
lens.
tell you, it was pretty harsh. It wasn't easy out there in the desert till sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning at 30
And then the
degrees.
dog comes walking
So it
in.
is interesting. Hey, wow.
The
Rage
dog's not paying any attention to
50,
it.
you're really supportive tonight.
And then it
Appreciate you
lands back
watching,
on.
and appreciate the
The trees.
Super chat.
So
Wow.
it could be.
Dogs should notice it too. Yeah, I agree, because that's what I was looking at in the video. If the animal had any
Because they're
reaction,
repeating
I'm not
it.
quite seeing it.
There's got to be bugs or bug. I mean. Okay, next one.
Chopper is hovering over the pad, correct? That's what it appeared to me. Like the chopper's low to ground, as I see.
They're back to that video. Okay, they got side chatters on now. What are they saying about this one?
Seem to have some like haze around there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I actually know this photo. This was actually circulating on Twitter a couple weeks ago. This particular alien is pictured in a hallway. I don't know the location, but the picture, when it was on Twitter, it was alleged that it was a real alien. But I have not. There it is. I have not researched it.
You
So
know,
it's actually standing in a hallway right now. I think what they did was
What's that?
blacked out the
So,
background,
unidentified S4.
just so you could see the actual.
So that
alien
makes
instead of the whole
makes him fraudulent, because now he's getting promoted by third phase. Has he got his name on the screen there? Unidentified S4. So he's trying to build up his channel. Tut on you, S4. No one should go on third phase.
hallway that it was standing in.
no, I like it. We're looking for this kind of.
He's the
alien,
one that
right?
did
This is
the flock of birds or butterflies video that we looked at last week.
cool. This is what people want to see. They want to see this. We all want to.
Alright, so yes, obvious hoax. Come on. So yeah, I'm going to wrap it up there, guys. I've done enough for today. Or actually, I've done enough for this week. You know, got 8 hours of videos. So if you watch a little bit, I'll see if I can add chapters on to make it a bit easier on this one as well. But the first one's got chapters if you haven't watched it yet. So yeah, that was a pretty good lazy day. Although it was a lot of work. So time to put the end credits on and let these guys get to, what is it, bed? Or dinner or whatever. Same here. Okay, where's my control panel gone? Ending. Take care on the roads, people. See you again next time. And if you're willing, give the thanks button a try. I'll get to see what it does. Donate $2 or whatever it is, $5. Muchly appreciated if you do. Yeah, 4 hours and 23 minutes at the moment. And if you missed the beginning, scroll back and watch. But this size video will probably take a couple of hours for Google to process it properly so it doesn't glitch. And we didn't even look at security this week, did we? Today anyway. But sure we'll catch up with him later. And I hope you enjoyed it. Leave comments, hit the like button. It all helps if you don't want to pay money. And promote it on your Twitter socials. That really helps. And I got to update that image now and do chapters. So yeah, still got more work to do.